Well, hello, hello. Let me get everything set up to make sure I am live and everything is muted. There we go. I'm here. I'm just setting everything up and sharing myself out. Okay. So I'll wait till some people come in. If anybody wants to come up on the panel, just let me know and I will send you the link into the chat room. Or shall I say live stream, which I call chat room. Hey, Diva. So tonight's going to be a very easy night. I am going to be going through some books. I have some old encyclopedias that nobody um, wanted, and some of them were falling apart, like the spine and stuff. So I decided to take them apart because, like, the whole set wasn't bad, but just some of the books in it were. So these are fun because you can take and cut some of these pictures out, and you can also get these type of scissors which have the ridges, and they kind of give a really cool kind of like stamp, I guess you could say, ridges. This was one of the items that I kept from the quilter estate. She had some few pair of scissors that I like, so I kept them, and this was one of them that almost looks like it's brand new. And if I ever come across any of the items that I kept from her, I didn't keep a whole lot, but I kept some items, I will show you. But I think the stamp ridged effect looks really cool on hey, and her voice. How are you? So the little pictures, it kind of gives like a stamp effect. I love your ID. Your ID is so cute. Well, thank you very much for leaving a thumbs up. And here is some of the pictures. I like looking at both sides because one thing that's bad when you find really good pictures in a book, it's hard to decide what pictures to pick. So I look at both sides and I pick out what I like the best. And then I cut them out. And sometimes we use the scraps for leftovers. But this is how I build my ephemera. Is I take and I have a box of pieces that you see me plucking from. And then whenever I go to make anything, it can be tags, it can be cards, it can be journaling cards, anything like that. This is where they come from. So it's not all bad when you go to the marketplace on Facebook for people that have Facebook. The main books I see in my area that people are like, pick these up for free because they're just trying to get rid of them. Or because I only use bookstore and they have actually dumped outside my bookstore, has been a lot of Geographics, National Geographic magazines, and this whole set of encyclopedias that was given to me because people just aren't buying them. It's hard to find the right market. That's all I have to say, because I know my bookstore, just speaking from experience, has different types of people it picks up between YouTube and the marketplace on Facebook. I pick up different types of people for different types of books. So I kind of did an, account on what I sold the first year I opened my bookstore, and it was pretty amazing because the first year it was educational books. The second year it was religious books. And the third it was action and suspense. And then I had a big hit on romance. And two, it's seasonal. I have some people come in for summer reading that they want to take to the beach, and then some people come in for fall reading. So it's really interesting because I would have like a whole entire month with no sale, and then I would get slammed. Well, thank you so much. But it is interesting what sells when you're online. I haven't done any book videos lately, but I need to get back into them. When my nephew got hit by that car, I just took some time off. My heart just was not into crafting at the moment. I was just so thankful, and I did a lot of praying that, I was thankful for my prayer warriors that hit my Facebook page, and everybody from YouTube that was also in Facebook sending lots of prayers for him. I just wanted him to wake up and start talking again. I was just so caught up in the grief of it all that I didn't feel like crafting. I'm just slowly getting back into it. Okay, let's see. I kind of I love architecture, different types. I think I'm going to pick this one. And sometimes, I would do paper packs too during my sales and stuff. I need to get my Etsy store up and running. I keep saying it, but it's really hard getting the time to do everything at times. Plus, I'm old. I'm slow. I've slowed up. And sometimes if there's pictures I don't use, I will put them in part of a paper pack. And somebody else may be interested in them. And plus, I have donated books that didn't sell, a lot of books, a whole big box of books to Defy. I like donating to them too with things. This is how I upcycle. Between that and Happy Mails and doing things like that, plus having online sales myself whenever I get the chance, I get enough stuff built up then I will add some of that stuff so other crafters can upcycle. Me and my husband were just looking at how interesting it is, because we separate our plastics and stuff. It's not required here in our state. You actually got to look for recycling places. But it's interesting. He said how out of just one household with me and him, because we like drinking our Nestle Pure Life water, how much we accumulate in a couple weeks just in plastic. To think about that compared to everybody, it's a lot of plastic. And a lot of it's not recyclable. And I kind of get confused on that for anybody in here that's a recycle person, because when I do recycles on plastic, I would have put everything in the bag as plastic, like any kind of candy wrappers or bread wrappers, but I guess all that stuff's not recyclable. I wish sometimes they give specific lists in our area, and sometimes they don't, on what's recyclable and what isn't. So it kind of gets confusing because I thought all plastic was. But it is interesting, to say the least. Look at that. Look how pretty that is. I love looking at stuff like this. I think it's so amazing. I have to say that this is my favorite picture on this 2 pages. I like this really, really long piece. My nail polish is almost gone that I had done. The tattoo artist that did my nail polish did a fantastic job when I had my fake nail thing put on. But it's almost gone. The only fingers I have left is my thumbs for it to grow off. The glue's too harsh. And I tried soaking them in fingernail polish remover, but it didn't work. So I'll just wait till it grows off, then I can clip it. Can't wait till my fingernails start growing back out again. And I caused myself a couple big boo-boos. Look what I did to this finger. I pulled that one off before it was 2, and I don't want that to happen to my thumbs. I actually caused that finger to bleed. So I gotta wait for my fingernails to grow back. It was fun to try it. Will I do it again? Probably not, but it was fun. I took my daughter out and we got our nails done together, and I was going to get it filled in, and I thought maybe not, because as I'm getting older, my nails are getting frailer. I have one that kind of splits, so I have to be careful what I do with my nails anyways. But it is what it is. Cut this one off. It's really hard though when you get a page and you like pictures on both sides, because then you got to make a choice. Sometimes it's rough because you can't copy it because then it's copyrighted. Put a pile there. Which one do I like better? I kind of like this one. Sometimes if the name is like right under the title of the picture, like if it's an animal or something, I try to leave it in. But these ones here were done to where it was on pages and they didn't have it right under the pictures. Pretty cool pics though. These are fun to cut around and use for layering. I hate when my friends are all up at the same time. I have one friend doing a sale right now. I have another one that I mod for that's doing her live stream for her celebration of 40,000 subscribers. And this is my Wednesdays. This is really the only night I went live continuously since I started my channel. So I don't want to mess up my live, but I like hanging out on their streams too. I hate when I'm torn between hanging out on people's streams. There's only 7 days a week, and there's a whole bunch of YouTubers. It's hard to see everybody at once. Well, this one here, I'm going to actually save this word. So this is what I like doing a lot of the times when I'm watching TV or just hanging out on a rest day, except usually it's junk mail. I either do this or I'm playing with my Big Shot at the same time. It's funny because when you once you get the crafted in front of your TV, you kind of feel lost when you're not busy. I can't just sit and watch a show now without having something to do. It's weird. And then I get a whole bunch of papers that I need to recycle too. So what I do with that is I have a back garage. And any kind of papers I don't use or cardboard, it all goes in that back garage. And then I load up one vehicle and I take it all at once. Put it all in my blazer and stuff it to the roof. And then I take it to a recycling place. So none of this paper ends up in the dump. Look how pretty that is. Love the layout of these castles. Pretty cool. Like this one, but I kind of like the up close of this one better because it actually shows you the paths that you can walk on and stuff. I like that. You never know what kind of journal somebody's working on. You know, you could use the word castle for a Cinderella journal. Or just to do a vintage journal with castles in it, which would be cool too. Anything you look at can inspire you. That's one thing I've noticed. It's like I started some journals. I just haven't finished them yet. I have a candy one even started. I was sitting on Halloween over a year ago. And I was looking at the boxes because I love black licorice. I know some people think that's gross, but I don't care. I love Good and Plenty's. So every once in a while I get a craving, not a lot. I don't really have a lot of candy in my house. I'm more of a bread and potato person. It's what I need to take off my hips. But every once in a while I get in the mood for candy and I just grab whatever I'm hungry for. And I like the little boxes they come in. And I thought, you know, this would be cute to make journals out of candy. Wouldn't that be cute? So I started collecting the pieces for it and started working on it a little bit, but I haven't got it done yet. Then I have another one. I think people are going to get sick of me talking about it because it's still not finished. I started last October and I still haven't got it done. But I'm putting everything into that one, so I just haven't picked it up for months. I'll pick it up when I'm in the mood and I could work on that thing all night long. And then I just get sick of it and then I put it aside and I won't touch it for 3 months. So that's how I end up with a lot of unfinished products. I would be awful if I had to work on a deadline for sure. Hey, Althea! Thanks for coming in. That's our Twitter holic. I still love your ID. Twitter holic is cute. So let's see here. This one's kind of got a different design to it. Tonight I'm just cutting out ephemera pieces. Nothing major. I have some encyclopedias laying around and I want to get some pictures out of them. And I'll probably have some covers, I imagine, on some of them too. Some of them aren't in the best shape, but some of them are in good shape. They could be remade into journals or scrapbooks. That's kind of far away. That's far away. I don't know. I look at that one, but I look at this one, I think. Yeah, maybe I'll just go with this one. I know. It's like I had Ty's stream, and then I have another person selling on another stream, and it's like, no, I don't want to leave. But my Wednesdays, I've always tried to stay true to on my channel since I started it pretty much. I want to know where college is. He was daring me. He keeps telling me I can't craft and chat at the same time. I said, oh, yes, I can. I can multitask. I have done it many times. I'm surprised he's not over here lurking somewhere. Let's see what we have left. We have part of that castle, and this kind of looks like a ruin. I love Outlanders. Yeah, I think so too. I think consistency is very good. I just feel bad because I need to find a time where I can go live earlier too, because I feel like I'm not reaching enough countries, because I know that Britain is like 5 hours ahead of me. So when I come on at 9, it's like 2 a.m. there, which is horrible. The time zones. A lot of people are going to bed at this time. Or in bed already, I should say. So it makes it difficult. This is not going to be the whole complete layout, but that's okay. Partial pictures are fine too. These will be turned into something else later. Like I always said, I think the hardest part to any kind of crafting, even if you're digital crafting or you are using real paper and stuff, is always collecting the pieces. Because I know when I digital craft, I could spend hours online looking for stuff. And it seems like it's 5 minutes. But like 4 hours goes by. I remember back in 2008, I was in an MSN website. We created tags for people's profiles. That's how I actually started getting into this kind of stuff. And well, I can't say it was 2008. It was actually earlier than that. I still have posted an email from 2008 from them. But if anybody knows MSN, it had more than just chat rooms. MSN had groups that you could join, and they had groups called Tiggy Piggies and designing tags. And what you would do is you would go in and pre-make something. It could be anything. Nothing was copyrighted or anything like that. People didn't whine because we didn't make money off of it. It was just for games. So you could Google like Nene Thomas and you could pick up her fairies, or you could pick up Popeye Wong's girls or Garb girls, or just there was so many artists at the time that weren't noticed, and they just were doodlers. They drew. So we would send an email and ask them if we could use their stuff on our games and what they wanted us to do with it. And like, for instance, they would answer you back and they would say, you could, if you change my art, because at one point, there's kind of a history to why copyright laws started. At one point, if you would take someone's art and change over 10% of it, you could claim it as yours. And artists were getting upset about it, and I don't blame them. And they made the guild. That's how the guild was born, for people to protect their stuff. So, when we played with the art, they would come back at us like, you have to leave our copyright on with our name, but you can put your watermark symbol. Because as tag designers, we had watermark symbols. Like mine was just PK. So when you were done with whatever you were doing, say you picked somebody's butterfly, it could be anything. You would make it into another picture and change the background and add, like, I don't know, sparkles to it or whatever. You could you could make them animated, or you could make them still pictures. It didn't matter. And when you were done, you had to abide by what the artist allowed you to do. So that's why we had to write them, and they had to, send us an email back. Because a lot of them, it was websites. So, they had emails to their websites. But it was really cool because we get to play with a lot of people's art for free. And we basically gave them free advertising because a lot of business people hung out in the MSN groups. Like, for instance, one of Garb Girls turned out to be a, I think was it put in an ad for golfing or something. So we basically got them noticed. We gave them free advertising. Sure, we really did. And then people were like, who's that artist? And of course, would be on your tag who it was. And sometimes we'd have to put the website on the bottom of the tag. It just all depended what the artist wanted. Well, just like good and evil steps in. Hey, college, there you are. Some of the people who were creating the tags were putting copyright symbols where their watermark should have been. So they ruined it for us. So then what happened was the artist started charging, like Garb, for instance, you would pay $20 for so many pictures, and it was a lot. And you would get a license number on the bottom with his copyright website, and all of that had to be posted on the bottom of any picture that you played with of his. So if you didn't have that license, your pictures were automatically deleted, because that means that you were using it without paying for them. Well, a lot of the sites shut down because people were doing that, stealing other people's art. So it kind of ruined it for us to have fun. But anyway, what we did with them was, say it was a flower, butterfly, whatever, we would create streams like the flower of the day. So you could pick out anybody's flower and put your name on a picture and make it, and then post it as like a sign-in, or just games. We played games and they were just repostable and people could see it. It wasn't like an email, it was like an open forum that, and then we had this one game that was a lot of fun. It was called The Last Word. And I think there's still a lot of last word pictures floating out there. But it was like, because it's like your email, when you get an email that come in and, and then another one comes in, it bumps it down. That's kinda how the threads were, but they were all open for everybody to see. So if I would sign in and somebody else would sign in, their picture would come in on top of mine. So it was funny because they would say, "I'm on top with the last word," or they made really funny pictures. And we had a lot of fun playing games and just creating art and seeing what we could learn from the art programs and stuff. That's why we played it. So these ones, I'm going to do like stamps just because they're smaller and they're cute. I have not tried these scissors out yet, so like I said, they look new, but I haven't got to play with them. So this is how you kind of get your stamp edges when you find these type of pictures. And I noticed the little like kid scissors, they tear your paper. Like they don't cut. And look how cute that is as a stamp. The little kid scissors, they like ripping your pages. So that's why I don't like those ones. Let's see if I like anything on this side that stands out. Get the tiger looking ones too. I like this one. So what are you up to, college? Are you being good tonight? See, I told you that I could take and I could craft and talk at the same time. So these are cool. I like them. But if anybody wants to come up, you just let me know. I can put the StreamYard link into the stream. But yeah. Oh no, that's never fun. Let me cut the bottom of this off. My favorite pair is the We Are Memory Keepers. These little shears here I'm using, these are great for fussy cutting, which I call cussy cutting. I think it's because they don't have the loops to hold you back. So I really like these. But yeah, I don't miss teeth pain. Not at all. I have one tooth that's bothered me lately, but not that bad. I haven't had teeth pain in a really long time, knock on wood. Hope it stays that way. But I was going to show some of the animated pictures that I made back in the day because I still have some that I even made with their art, but for some reason my camera upstairs, because that's where my external hard drive is, it's a bigger screen to be able to show you all because it's too hard to do it on the laptop. But my desktop, I was going to show it to everybody, but every time I turn my cam towards the screen, it goes to like a whole bunch of dimensions. I don't know what the issue is. I haven't taken the time. I did a little bit when I first tried it. And I'm like, what the heck? But like what it does is it gives you like 50 squares on the screen and they move. Oh, it's like so seasick. So I don't know. I went into the settings of my camera and everything, and I can't figure out why it's doing it. But it only does it when I point it towards the computer screen. It's really weird. Because I did want to show some of the animations I created back in the day. But like I said, I've been on here since, oh God, 2001. So I can't remember when I got into the MSN chat rooms. I just remember that we all shared a bunch of stuff like fonts, and we met some designers online that say they had scrapbooking kits that were digitals, and they would sell them, and then the next year they would give us free samples to play with that they didn't use of what they sold the year before. It was really cool because they had like a link and you could click on it, and they had a way to download it in WinRares. So that's how we, collected a lot of the stuff that we played with, because we knew these people and, got to know them through MSN. It was really cool that they shared their stuff with us. So, but I can't get the camera to focus to show you the stuff that I made. I got to go through some WinRare files, but I have over 3,000 tags that people made for me, or mine are kind of mixed in with them. I didn't make that many, but I had a lot. People used to spoil me on the MSN threads, like for my birthday and stuff, and they would just make tags with Tammy on them, or PK is what they called me. That was my MSN nickname. I can't make a video of it, silly. It still causes dimensions when I point it towards the screen, or I would. I can't even show you how I make, because I've done that before. I've done a tutorial on one of the art programs, and I even showed people how to do them, but my camera doesn't work with these new computers. I don't know what it is. Hey, Tina. There's Miss Tina. Missy Tina. She's fun to watch craft too. I like listening to Tina. She likes to gab. She's like me. She keeps you interested for sure. But I don't know. I can't get my camera to show on my screen until I get that adjusted. But one of these days, I use Paint Shop Pro, and I can create animations and different things in them, and I would love to share it, but I can't because my cam just looks so weird. And to do it through my laptop would be extremely difficult because my laptop sits back and it's too small. Like, in order for you to get the really good effect, it would have to be on my desktop. But I would love to teach people how to do animations. I had a blast. I used to put noise in my animations, and I just had a lot of fun. The only bad thing is like when we had MySpace days, man, it used to lag out my computer clicking into some of those people's profile pages because the animations were they drag your computer out like a gamer. And I noticed when I started in Facebook, they didn't allow animations, but there's different types of animated pictures. There's ones that you can build within the picture, and then there's layers. So, like, the ones that you see animated on Facebook now, somebody has them loaded to another website, and you can do it to your phone, but you have to be careful how many frames are in it, because once you load it to Facebook, sometimes it'll stay animated if it's only like a couple frames, but if it's like so many frames or more, like 3 or more, Facebook will make it still. Like, the animation, it kills the animation. But I understand why they do it, because it would lag out the website if they didn't. Because it's animations are very laggy. I used to lag out my computer all the time when I was creating stuff. But you could take, like, a still picture of a girl with long hair, and I could make a breeze blow through her hair. Um, I used to do water, noise, sparkles, whatever you wanna call it. Noise and sparkles, not really the same thing because your sparkles are a little bigger, but noise is like a movement too that's kinda sparkly. And then what else did I do? I was learning all this stuff when MSN Groups went down. I couldn't do a tutorial when I first downloaded the program because I was like, "This is like a foreign language to me," because I didn't know what the buttons were, and how I learned was I just kept pushing buttons. That's how I do stuff. I just kept pushing the buttons until the names, started sticking out to me, and then finally I was able to do a tutorial like a year after playing with the program. I mean, because some of them tutorials were huge. Hey Pig, I mean, there was like they were long. So it took a while to know the buttons to learn how to do the tutorials because it's telling you buttons, and I'm like, "I have no clue what this button is." And I didn't get a manual with my program because it was a guy that I met that was an IT person who gave it to me for free. He sent it to me for free, and it was like a $900 program. But he liked helping the art people because he knew we liked playing with stuff. Like I said, it's not like we made money off of it, or we didn't use it for stuff like that. We just used it to play games. But it was very nice of him to share it. But I kept my copy, and I was worried because I think Paint Shop Pro came out to like up to 16. I don't even know if they still sell that program. But I have from 8 to 16 saved on an external hard drive. I have all the programs, but I like 8. 8's my favorite. So I was worried when I downloaded it to Windows 10 because when I had it on XP Home, yes, I'm going to get nerdy, so just bear with me. When I had it on Windows Home Edition and Windows Professional, it's not Microsoft. So you had to add 2 DLL files to make it backwards compatible, or it would crash your computer screen. Oh, it was fun to learn all that stuff. And then they had plugins, and I had a keygen generator. Yes, it's illegal, but I did it anyways. They had a keygen where you would type in certain information and it would give you a key to break into it where you didn't have to pay for it. So I had like, and what that was you had to stick it in a certain file on your computer, and it opened up new things to play with inside your paint shop, because it's kind of like the Cricut. If you look at the Cricut machine, you have to buy different pieces to unlock certain things. Well, that's how an animated thing is too. You had to buy like to get the sparkles and things like that. You had to yeah, exactly, Tina. I couldn't afford a program like that back then. I mean, Twitter. But what I did was it unlocked. Like, you would get a plugin, and I would use the key generator to open it, but it would unlock like 15 different things that it added to your program, but they were pricey. And I couldn't afford it, so people gave it to me for free. I got around it. But, but a lot of the artists did because like I said, we just played with it. We weren't using it for business or um to make any money off of it. I mean, if I was using it for a legit business, I would have paid for it. But being that we were just playing art games with it, I mean, what the heck? But it is a cool program and you have to learn, there's inches and pixels. So you had to learn a lot about measurements and things. Ugh, that was a headache in itself. But I got pretty good at making the pictures. I had a lot of fun. But then when it got taken away from us, well, I haven't played in it for a while. But I would say my biggest animation was 15 frames long. And you want to talk about lag at a computer. It was horrible. And I don't know if I saved it, being that it was my first big one. I might have, but it was actually a gift. A friend of mine on here from Canada that I met through Yahoo, she loved Kid Rock. Oh, God. She was a Kid Rock nut. So for her birthday, I made this animation. It was the first time I played with a big tutorial. And what it ended up looking like when it was done, if I have it, I would love to show it because it's really cool, was 2 black silhouette dancers that all you got was the cutout, and I made them dance. So you have the jukebox in the center, and you have the dancers on each side, and then up at the top, it said Kid Rock's biggest fan, and it had Trish, and then it had his pictures from a little boy that I found on Google to an adult. She went nuts over it. She goes, "Oh my God," and I created it just for her. I don't know. We kind of drifted apart. We were good friends for a long time. Like I said, when they took MSN down, it was like everybody kind of disappeared. They came to Yahoo for a while, but then Yahoo chat rooms went down in 2012. And a lot of us went to Paltalk, which is another chat app, but that's even gotten crazy. Paltalk was a lot of fun because for people that don't know the chat era, I do. Paltalk used to be really clean fun when it first started. It was a very sophisticated app. All this was free. You didn't have to pay for any of this. And they would have like authors come into a chat room and of course they would mute the room, but they would talk and you could ask author questions of books and things like that. Like they had scheduled events, but then like everything else, corruption comes in and you had a person killed herself on cam and it was all over the news. And then Paltalk became crappy, just like anything else. People wouldn't come to things when negative things started happening, and it was terrible. I didn't know this person that did that, but they did. They shot themselves right on cam. And I feel for the people that had to see that because that had to be devastating. But it was true. This stuff is all truthful. It all happened. You can Google it if you don't believe me. But it was sad because when I saw it on the news, I about died. And I always Google stuff to double check everything. I never believe hearsay because, you know, people say stuff, but if you Google this stuff, you can find it. But Paltalk is still there. I still have an account on there and stuff, but I'm hardly ever there because there's only a couple chat rooms that I even go to visit on there because one of them was a guy I knew in Yahoo. And I've known him for years, but it's really touch and go when you enter a new chat room there because you don't know what you're walking into. And I still have a couple friends from there. They have my cell phone number if they want to get in contact with me because I told them to keep in touch because it is hard. When you belong to a platform for years, it's hard to say goodbye. But I have some of my Yahoo friends on my Facebook and page and stuff like that, so I did keep in touch with certain people, but a lot of them, I have no clue where they went. People scattered. I thought I signed up for Reddit, but I never use it. There's so many social medias, I can't keep up with them all. I have an Instagram. Now Twitter, I don't know, I'm not really fond of Twitter. Twitter's okay, but I just feel like it's really hard to get a Twitter up and running unless you're, like, famous or you have, like, a podcast type of personality where you could talk about things that people wanna hear about. I don't talk about things that people wanna hear about on an everyday basis. So my Twitter sucks, like, I follow some people and I like reading some of the accounts there, but I'm not a Twitter person. I have a good following on Instagram. I have a decent following on YouTube. It's hard enough to keep up with, 2, but all the social media started spreading out. Like I have some people even on YouTube who went to D Live. Now I went to D Live to try it out, but it sucks. I'm sorry. I don't like their platform. I hate it because I had thought about because you make more money there than you do on YouTube. Like, that's why a lot of people went there is because they couldn't get their channel to grow on YouTube, so they switched. Like, I have a couple friends who struggled, like, literally were stuck at 3K and they couldn't get past it. One went to TikTok, they were past the 100,000 already. And then I have another friend who, um, couldn't get anywhere on YouTube, so they took their platform to D Live, and he's making like $400 every 2 weeks. You know what I mean? So it just depends where you go and what your content is and what people are interested in, but he was not making that money here. D Live is an app, but it's I just don't like the platform, and now some of them are complaining about it. It was new and it was good, but some people are complaining about it because they said the people who made it, they're acting like they're not caring, like they're not taking care of the app. But yeah, it's called D Live. I don't know if YouTube will let me stick it in here, but I'll try the link to it. I deleted it off my phone. But I mean, if people were into wanting to make money, it was in beta and it was and you can pick it up on Google Play. Let me get the link. But this is what it looks like. It's got a lot of gamers and stuff like that, but you can play music. It's not like YouTube with music. You can play any bands over there like TikTok and you never get in trouble. I don't know if YouTube will let me stick that in there, but that's it right there. It's called D Live. And people they're making more money there and they left. Like I said, it just but you got to pick up followers like you do over here, but they have like prizes and stuff you can pay people and things like that. And there's quite a few YouTubers over there, but I just didn't like it. I went and supported them for a little bit, but then I left. I don't know if you got to know OBS to get up on the platform over there or not. I don't know how they stream. I never got to that point. But like I said, it's just wherever you go, it depends on what you're up to, what you're looking to do online. If you're here for the money, I think YouTube is very hard to get monetized on. When I first started in 2017, all you had to do was have 1,000 subscribers and you automatically got paid. Then once you got to 1,000, you had to have 4,000 watch hours now. And that is 120, or what is it? 4,000 hours, was it 240,000 minutes? I don't know. I'm trying to do math off the top of my head. Yeah, it's 240,000 minutes. And that is a lot. And like there was some people I knew that got monetized on YouTube because they were taking their phones and leaving them in like their lockers and things like that if they worked somewhere. And they were just letting it run on a different Wi-Fi because you can only watch your channel once. You can't like have multiple computers and run your channel on all of them and think you're going to get watch time. That'll actually count against you. But if you're on another Wi-Fi, it's another person. So some of them cheated to get their watch time hours, but to me that doesn't make any sense because you have to keep it up to continue to stay monetized. I mean, I guess once you're on AdSense, you're there, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get paid. You only get paid when you get the watch time. But to me, I never came here for that reason. I came here to use YouTube as a tool. I was trying this is my thought process. I thought if I could get 50 people to listen to my old ass and be local, they would find my bookstore. Mine was all about advertising for where to teach for people to find me because I had a physical store opened. So I came on YouTube and I actually typed in West Virginia to find people in my area while there wasn't any. So my goal was like 50 people. I didn't have a spectacular goal like most people on here. And I thought, because advertising is so expensive, like to circulate through a newspaper or anything like that, it was like way out of my price range. And I was working another job on the week. I was working 7 days a week to get my store off the ground because I didn't get a loan. I didn't use any credit cards. I didn't want to fail. Like I paid for everything in cash because I didn't want a debt. And I remember I had a book called How to Start a Small Business, and it told you which ones failed in it. So somebody actually dropped off to my bookstore. I really love this book because it said the biggest failures, believe it or not, are hardware stores. People were going in debt, buying up all these tools, nuts and bolts, and they're doing loans. And then when they couldn't sell it to make the money back, they fold. And then I met an eBay guy who later told me through Pal Talk that is the truth. He says, my eBay store is watching hardware stores fold, and I buy up their product and put them in my eBay. And he was telling me a little bit about how eBay worked. So I did a lot of studying before I actually opened my store because I didn't want to go bankrupt. And plus being in my house, I own everything. Like I don't have to pay a lease, I don't have to pay rent. That's what you want to do. You want to own the place that your business is in. Because if you got a rent or lease in these days and with inflation going up, that's why the stores are closing. All right, Althea, thanks for coming in. But I don't know, it's interesting. When you read about businesses and stuff, but I feel for anybody who is starting a business in this day and age because it's not looking good out there, people. Money wise, when you've got to pay rent and all that kind of stuff. I could never afford it. My store would have never got off the ground. You have fun too. So I don't know, and also to be responsible to pay for other people's, bills and insurance. I feel sorry for a lot of businesses. I do. Especially when you got to tell people, that they got to be laid off or something because you can't afford to pay them. It would be horrible. I've been on both sides. I've been a consumer and now a business owner, and it has been an experience to say the least. But I'm glad that I did it. And it's sad when I hear disgruntled workers, demanding higher pays and higher wages, I just cringe because I can't even pay somebody minimum wage to work in my store. So I don't know how these businesses do it. I don't. You got to be something and very expensive and a lot of money to pull off a big time business to hire people. Because my goal, I was going to take and like have a story time in my store and have like a high school student or somebody help for the story time part time and to help me but I couldn't even afford that. Look how nice last week turned out. Remember when I used my Nuvo drops? Look how cool. Let me see if I can hold this up. Let me see how digitally I am tonight. Look how cool that Boo dried. And this actually went to a darker color. That was actually a lighter color, but it took on the color of the page because it was like a fluorescent. And then there was my little pumpkin that I did with Nuvo drops. But these sparkly ones turned out really cool. They're all dry now. Isn't that cool? Love playing with Nuvo drops. But it is cool to see how they dry because they change colors. That's my fun glue book. But I don't know. But YouTube, it changes so much. And nothing in life is guaranteed. So now see these pictures I like because under the cathedrals, it tells you what they are. And sometimes when you're in an encyclopedia, that doesn't happen. So these ones here I can cut out with what they are so that if somebody would go to use these as ephemera, people would know what they're looking at. So that's what I'm going to do with these. But I try to have the gift of gab about things. It depends on what topic people want to talk about. No gossip lately. Just mainly, I call it gossip even if it's news. But just mainly shipping is going up, and I've noticed a lot of sellers and non-sellers, people have been, just as consumers, you'll see some titles through YouTube about shipping going up and such. And that's been like a big concern with people. And I watch Glenn Beck and he talks about things. I don't know if this stuff is going to come to pass, but he's done pretty good predictions so far. I remember me and my husband were watching him a few years ago when he used to have his show on TV. He talked about how inflation was going to fly up. So we knew all this was coming. So that was already a prediction because our country's in trouble. It doesn't take a genius, and I don't know how a lot of people feel about Glenn Beck, but he is who I like watching for what is really going on in the news instead of all the fake news and all the other crap people drag out. He seems to me to be one of the honest people. And plus, I like doing my own homework. I don't trust the media for a lot of information. I just know that we're in trouble. And I just don't think people see it enough. people that don't want to get involved in politics. To me, I understand, but you still need to know what the heck is going on with the nation. That's true, because we do live here. And I really worry about the future for my grandkids and my kids. Because it's not looking pretty. I remember when I was even in college in social science, they had talked about when, the land dries out in some places and it's being non-productive, that we're not gonna have enough food for everybody. That's already here. It's been here. People don't wanna talk about some of these topics, but they really should. And if you don't wanna talk about them on social media, that's okay, but think about it and do your homework in your own time, because it is things that need to be addressed if you are going to continue taking care of your family and stuff, because it's not gonna be pretty. And predictions have been we're gonna be having black outages and everything in this country, and I'm telling people you better prepare. It doesn't mean to go out in a panic and buy up all the toilet paper. It means if you can spare a little bit of money each payday, you better be buying your big fat candles and or oil lamps, whatever you want to light your house up with, and start finding a backup for heat and stuff. So to me and my husband happened. And you got to be careful in some places, because you can't use, what is it called? Solar panels in some places because they freeze. So like where I live, like say, if I had a camper, for instance, I would get solar panels for my camper, but I would only use them in the warmer months, because the winter months, the suckers did not work. And I think Texas got a big taste of that with their freeze. College, you got to do research. And I'll tell you, one of the main places that I really like and what I personally have been doing is, okay, we've had this talk, like me and my kids, we've had this talk, and my husband. Back in the day, like when you see all these people running out and canning things, that's not the answer. Canning was something that people did to get through the winter. If you watch like Little House on the Prairie and stuff like that, um, in my my mother was raised on a farm. Um, if you were a farmer and that was your only income, you would use all your harvest and you would can everything to make it last through the winter. Now, you got to realize some of these canning foods only last so long. Like, even though they're frozen, you still might only get a year life, or 5 months, or 6 months. Every food source is different. So I was talking to a lady that she's our actual magistrate. She used to be our magistrate. Her community service was to do taxes for people, and you can donate a present to her, donate money if you want to, but she never took money. And she's actually the person that does my taxes. I love her because she's taught me a lot on bookkeeping. She had this thing come in the mail, and it came in when me and my husband were getting our taxes done. And I said, "What is that?" Because I'm a nib nose. And she started telling us some stuff, because there's people preparing. Believe it or not, they are preparing, but they're doing it in a wise way. So she introduced us to something I'd never heard of before. And I'm going to put the link in the room, so just give me a second. Now, you're going to get probably a pop-up in front of this that you want to X out of it, but check out behind it. And you don't have to get it off of the website. They also sell this on Amazon. The link should go in the room. Okay, let me see if this works. This is the kind of stuff you should be looking at. I will teach people on my channel. I don't have a lot of followers to reach other people, and I don't know who's all going to watch my channel Spread the word, people. Share with your family, share with your children, share with your grandchildren, share this stuff because it's so important. Um, you can get this without buying it in bulk. Like they have a food storage thing for 133. You don't got to pay that much. If you go to Amazon, you can get these separate, and sometimes they're on sale. These are actually freeze dried foods. They can be potatoes, they can be there. You just have to do your own research. As long as these are not opened because they are oxidized, they will last you 25 years on shelf life. You are not going to find frozen foods and things that's going to last that long, not even your canned goods. It's kind of like a military prep, but they have this stuff in bulk. This is where me and my husband have been going and storing up foods for our pantry. Once you open it, a container, and they're not small, you know, like the pancake one we already tested because I wanted to see what this stuff tastes like. Um, you have to use it within a year. So, my grandkids come and stay with me too. So I have pancake mix all the time when they come here because we did open a can to try it out. But it depends. Each can's different. You just got to read the information on it. But this is where I would say go. My personal opinion. They have everything. I mean, they even have powdered honey, powdered butter, you name it. And you can even pull up a recipe on Amazon, which I'll do one so you have an idea. I'll show you in my sales list where I picked up the pancake one. They have the recipes that you can even look on the back to see what you will need to go with it. See other purchases. But this way, you don't gotta panic. You don't. Now, the freeze-dried potatoes have a very flat, bland taste to them, but let me tell you, it's better than eating spiders and worms because I'm not eating bugs. I don't care how much I'm starving. But they had, let me see my order list, if I can find it. Come on, orders. There we go. I'll show you my pancake one. I like the pancake one. It's actually pretty tasty. But the potato one, you want to have like a flavor, whether it's the bacon flakes or something, a bouillon cube, whatever, those will last. You can set those aside and flavor the potatoes. Filter. Okay. See what it says. Here's the pancake mix. Okay. So with the pancake mix, for instance, wait till it gets up here on YouTube. Hold on. My freaking YouTube. It hates me. Why am I not seeing? Hold on a minute. I'm going to refresh my regular YouTube page. Hey, I was a Girl Scout, people. So whenever I do something for myself, I'll share it, but I will never share something I don't do myself too. Just so you know. So, like you see the can for $15.99, you get buttermilk pancake mix that's 3 pounds and 4 ounces. 3 pounds is a lot, especially when it's, for 2 people, depending on how many people you're feeding. This is what the pancake mix looks like. But they're called Augustin Farm Stores, and they have They were tired of this particular farm. I even love the history of it, how people weren't getting, like, really good food, tasting food. So they decided to do all this to help people. So when you scroll down, it tells you what you need to make this pancake mix. So if you're on a farm, okay, Tam, why won't it pull it up? That's gonna make a liar out of me. Wait a minute. There it goes. Don't go down, go across. Let me get to the recipe. Okay. So when you go to the recipe, it says on here, you have to remove the oxygen absorber and discard. That's what's stored, these little packets inside each can. That's what keeps it on a shelf life for 25 years. So all you got to add to this is 3/4 cups of cold water, and that's it. So even if you have a cup that filters water, which we have a couple of those, they do have cups for survival like that. That even if you have no water, if you get cut off, as long as you live near a body of water, take and run one of your filtered cups through your water, and you can add it to this and cook it, and there you go. If you're without heat, you probably could use this on a wood burner. You could, there's these little burners that they sell through Cabela's for camping. I can't remember what the hell they're called. I have one, but I can't think of the name of 'em. It's like a candle lit underneath of it, and you can cook with that too. It'll actually give you a little bit of a bubbly water to where you can put it like an instant potato mix or something like that in it, as long as that's all it is. Because I do like the Idahoan baby reds that you all you have to do is add them to boiling water and stir them, and you're done. Um, that kind of type foods is what you're looking for. Something easy, something where you don't have to have a bunch. Now, if you own a farm and you have, chickens or whatever, you would have your eggs and stuff if you had, a different type of meal prep. But the whole thing is to pull up whatever this farm asks for, and it tells you the recipes right on the back. So here's one here that's potato soup mix. They have it for 23.67. You pull up the picture, you go to the ingredient section, and it tells you, hold on, what you can add to it to make this taste good. So it says you remove the oxygen absorber again, you whisk the soup into boiling water, use simmer or heat for 10 to 15 minutes, stirring frequently. It tells you how to make thinner soups. And then if you want a creamier soup, a thinner soup, you would increase the water. A creamier soup, you wouldn't. And it tells you all the ingredients down below what's in it. Like, you can't mess up with this. And then at the bottom, I can't remember where it tells you the details, but it does tell you that all this has a 25-year shelf life. So if you're gonna open it, just make sure you use it within a certain period of time. It says, okay, on this one, I take that back. On the pancake mix, it had 25 years. On the unopened creamy potato soup, it's got 10 years. Unopened shelf life for up to 10 years. There's I don't know if you can see it or not, but if you go and you look up each one, they must have a different level, like frozen foods. But I would say for survival, you would want to hit your camping style stuff. That's my opinion. And at the bottom of the creamy soup, it says product details: the creamy potato soup, the durability of the cans are incredibly effective container for storing shelf life stable food. Not only are they made from high level grade steel, but they are also airtight and made to survive just about any kind of emergency or disaster. In fact, every can used for Augustin Farm products has been approved by the FDA. They are pest proof and will keep their contents safe from the elements and any kind of exterior contamination. And unopened cans will even float. So that means even in a flood, this stuff is amazing. Like they're all certified gluten free. I mean, you can't beat it. But I'm just saying, go read about it yourself, and you'll see what I mean. But they'll tell you how long they last once they're opened, and how long they'll last if they're not opened. And they even sell it's long-term food storage. Look at this. Could you imagine having this already stocked up? They even sell the bucket size if you are feeding like a huge family. Like if you have rice, I think they have rice in buckets, they have oatmeal in buckets. Telling you, start stocking up, people. When you get a chance on payday, even if it's one can at a time. Take and buy a can, 3 cans is what we did. We bought like 3 cans and I'm starting a pantry. And that way when prices go sky high, we're not going to be starving. We'll have to just lock everybody out though, and hopefully we don't get robbed and people don't steal our food. But I'm just saying, because people can get crazy at times of disasters. Anybody really wants an education on survival, oh my gosh, watch The Walking Dead. I watched that show and I cannot believe what those people had to go through. Even if it is a show, it was still interesting because they had some pretty cool survival tips. I seen where a girl stuck a hanger over I think it was a pail that she made a fire in, and she heated up a can of beans on it, and I thought, yep, there we go. That's your survival skills as a Girl Scout. We learned how to do certain things like that. It was really cool. And what else was I going to say? There was something else that's going to add to that. I can't believe that. Really? Really? There is a spider on my desk. Go away. You baby spiders. I swear every time I come down here, these spiders mate. They're just polluting me with more spiders. I'm in spider heaven down here. I shouldn't say heaven. More like spider haven. They drive me nuts. I was outside our house the other day, and we have one of those lights that comes on, like a street light type thing when the sun goes down. You would not believe the massive web. I never even noticed it until I took my dog for a walk, and I was like, holy moly, that web is huge. We have a little bit of woods near us, but not that much. But I know where there's a couple natural springs here where I live too. So I know me and my husband will never be without water. We'll never be without a water source. I study that stuff. And that's one of the things nice about taking a walk in the woods is that you learn where places are that will never dry up. To be able to take and get water and things like that. I pay attention to stuff like that. I liked being a Girl Scout. We had to earn badges and we had to learn a whole bunch of different survival skills, and it was a lot of fun. I'm the preparer here. Whenever stuff happens, I just tell my husband what we need and what to do, and he does it. Sometimes he even comes up with his ideas too because he was in the Navy. So he even knows some ideas on his own, but a lot of it he took from me. I can't stand not being able to wash my hands. I am so OCD about clean hands. I guess it was working in the medical field, with people that I'm so used to washing my hands before and after I go to the bathroom because you don't know what germs you're bringing in and you don't want to touch yourself when you're wiping yourself as a woman. I guess guys could too. You don't know what germs you're bringing in the house. So I'm like such a fanatic. We have a drum that when we have a water line break here, I have a drum of water because if you put a little bit of bleach in anything, it's already going to chlorify it. So, yeah, we're never without hand washing water. These are little pet peeves you'll learn about me being on my channel. Or I'll have baby wipes. They have baby wipes and they also just have wet paper towel type wipes. I like having them around the house handy too, because you never know. We get water line breaks here a lot. I get, when you sign up for the water department here, you're on an automated call where, they give you a boiling order and all that kind of stuff until they get the water lines fixed. So I always make sure I have something in my house to clean my hands with. And if I don't, I have bottles of water that, we'll use to wash our hands, but we never not have water or something. Nothing grosses me out. I don't like telling my weaknesses on YouTube because you never know who's going to use it against you. But I don't care. I'll share. Nothing grosses me out more than to see a mother change a diaper or a grandmother. I don't care who it is. Anybody that changes a kid's diaper and does not wash their hands, to me, is disgusting. And cleans the baby with a baby wipe. And even if you run out of baby wipes, hey, there's paper towels. You can take paper towels, put a little bit of soap on them and rinse them, and you can still clean your baby's tushy. But I can't stand that. I seen a lady do that one time and it was so disgusting. She took a dirty diaper off, slapped a clean one on, didn't clean the child, and there was no poop, but that's not the point. Did not wipe the child, did not clean her hands. And I'm thinking, and you eat with those fingers and you feed your baby with those fingers. Oh my God, shit like that freaks me out. I can't stand it. That's probably my biggest pet peeves in life. I can't stand it. And then people get pissy with me because of how I feel. Well, I can't help it. To me, that is gross. I'm not a snob, but I do like to be clean. Okay. So now that I got that out of the way, I'll never hear the end of it. Let's see here. I forgot to do something. I'm going to do something real quick. Thinking of kids. Okay. I had to send my one grandson a message real quick because I forgot to earlier. Okay, so now we have moo-moos. These are interesting moo-moos. Look at this one. They're beast. Look how big they are. And that's what I mean by beast. Look how hefty this one is. Look at the horns on that one. I like his bangs. That looks so petable. I would want him as a pet. I would have pets of all my animals, though. Okay. So let's pick out some moo-moos here. I need to get my computer chair over here. Man, sitting on this wooden chair and doing a live stream is awful on the butt. Just saying. I have a cushion, but it's still not the same. A cushion. I need to get my computer chair over here. It's a lot nicer. So these ones here, you can flip either or and choose which one you want to use. So these are pretty cool. So what I like doing with these is I have a box I put random stuff in, and then these I can put in baggies and separate them if I want to. These would be great for like farm journals and stuff. Or just if you feel like putting a picture of a cow in any of your journals. Journal along, post a cow. I like it, moo-moos. I'm watching Vivi's channel. I love it because I can hear her. She's in Texas and I'll hear her cows in the background just mooing away one day. It was so comical. She's trying to do a live sale. And that's all you heard through her sale was cows. I said, I hear your moo-moos in the background. So that's pretty much it. Just taking some pictures and cutting them up. Storing them in a box. And then when I go to make ephemera, I have this to pluck from. Now, I'm not much of a category person. You know, some people might separate cows or farm animals. And I put everything in one box. I just pluck through it. When I want something, I just go through the whole box. I take I think this was my husband's boot blocks. He buys his steel workers shoes for work. So I took and cut the lid off the box. And this is where all my cutouts are stored. Sometimes I might separate color from black and white. And I might stick some in like a plastic bag just to keep it to the side. But for the most part, this is where all my cutouts go. And I pluck from this whenever I'm crafting. And then when I see this box starting to get low on stuff, I just add new. But I never go past this box. This is the only box of scraps that I keep. Except for paper. Like my coffee dyed paper and stuff. Sometimes I'll have little pieces in here, but I have those in a separate place. But that is how I organize my cutoff stuff, and it sits right underneath the table because I don't have nothing on a desk down here. It's all on a great big long table where I can reach it. I can't wait to get my craft room finished so everybody can see how I have it set up, because I like having a lot of stuff close to me, but I will also have stuff on shelves. But when I get it done, I'm going to do a tour walkthrough. I don't think I'm going to have it painted by the time I get it done, though, because I still got a lot of work to do. I wanted to paint the walls too, but I don't know when I'm going to have the time to paint. So you might get to see it before it's painted. I don't even know what color I would put down here. Right now it's a red paneling. But I added a little bit from different people's sales to decorate up the store, and I can't wait to be able to say, "Hey, I got this here," and "Hey, I got this here," because all the channels I have followed or crafters on here, I have bought something that's sitting out to be able to say, "This is the channel I got it from," which I think is a lot of fun. I like shouting out other crafting channels when I do my Sunny Fun Time mails and things like that. So if people are interested, they know where to find it. I had a lady come in my comment section here not too long ago. I like cigar boxes. I said, then go to Pearl Brown's channel. She has the best selection of cigar boxes, and they are so cool. And she gives a reasonable price for them, too. So if you like cigar boxes, that's where you go. And cigar boxes can be used for a lot of things. People will decorate them, and they'll have a sale. They'll fill it up with laces and a bunch of different items, and they'll sell them, or not sell them, but well, they can sell them, or they can do a grand prize giveaway with it filled with items. Some people decorate them, they keep them in their craft rooms and use them for show. I like them for storage. I think they're cute to set up on a shelf, like so many of them, and have like buttons in one and laces in another. I just think they're really stylish for a craft room. But I like looking at other things that people do too with them. I love how everyone has a different vision on everything they see in something and how they use it. I think that's just so cool. But these We Are Memory Keeper scissors are flipping amazing. They have a nice grip where when you're cutting something, I don't know about you guys, but I have dropped scissors before and it's not fun when you cut into a picture. They have a nice grip to them. They have a lock, and then I store them in this plastic thing. These cut fabric. They cut everything that I use anyway so far. Fabric, paper, you name it. But I'm a lefty, and all I can say is to you left-handers out there, I don't know about you all. I tried the Tim Holtz left-handed scissors. They sucked. That's my personal opinion. I hated them. They were not worth the money I paid for them. And these here are amazing. These are the best. This is the best scissor I have ever used as a left-hander, is the We Are Memory Keeper. And I own 3 pairs of these suckers. I have them all over my house so I don't lose them. I just bought 2 more. So that's my tip for the day. No matter what hand you are, these are great for fussy cutting because they got that teeny weeny little edge where you can get around those little curves. And I've been having a blast. I call it cussy cutting, but with these, I actually don't mind cussy cutting with these, fussy cutting with these type. No wonder my butt hurts. Hold on. The cushion fell off my chair. Okay. Now, these are Martha Stewart. I got these on Amazon as a whole entire package. I don't know if it had, no, that's something else. Let me see if it has the, I'll put something else too. Must not have the thing on this. But I got this one. I was going to see how much it costs because if you buy it in bulk, sometimes you save money. These are not cheap. Separate. And I got this one. And I bought this one. I wanted some edge trimmers. And then here's a snowflake. And here's a butterfly. This whole box was filled. And here's another edge trimmer. And here's another butterfly. And I think with shipping included, I think I only paid like $30-some for this whole entire box. And if you Google these separately, they are expensive. So I got a deal on these. And I'm glad I did. Because so far they've been awesome to play with. And yes, I have the whale tail. And then I have this one. I can't remember who I bought this off of. This is a really cute heart one. Bought somebody's live sale. I got a bunch of items to play with yet. I swear. One thing about having a pet, you get dog hair in your boxes. I have to constantly clean out my boxes and stuff. I love my puppy. But sometimes her hairs have got to go. Nope, that was not a craft branch. That was actually some ribbon. Okay. But these I get to play with yet, and are a lot of fun. As a matter of fact, let's see here. Haven't made sure these all worked yet. See how this one works. This is one thing too nice about these types of papers that you have left over is you can use them to experiment with too. So we'll stick this in here. This is kind of thin. Look how cute that heart is. Cut out a little heart with the heart. Oh, that's adorable. That would even be cute as a dangle. So there's that one. That works good. See what this butterfly one does. Get to see me test some products. I'm not a big Martha Stewart fan, but I actually just liked the design of the punches. Okay, now why is this one? This one's a little stiffer. Didn't quite punch through, so we're going to try another one. Look how cute that is. That is probably adorable. Let's go up here. Sometimes these are funner to watch upside down. I'm always backwards. I don't know why that one's not giving off a... It's not giving off much of a click, but it still works. Oh, that's cool. I like those butterflies. So there's that one. Gotta use that one a little harder. Okay. This one here, I think I used last week. This is a different butterfly one. I don't think these have locks on them. Oh. See, it should have did that. Look how cute. I love butterflies. So there's that one. Let's see what this one looks like. Oh, this shoots off 3 of them. So we have this one. This teeny little baby one. And that teeny little baby one. Those are cute. Teeny weeny little baby butterflies. Those are so cute. And these are cool to have too. Like different people have a different ones. Because then you can have sales and you can make up like packages of them and share them. Or do like a Happy Meal swap with somebody that's got some that you got and some you don't. So you can share with each other. There's so many punches out there. I could never afford them all. Okay. So this is an edging. Like if you're doing a pocket, this would be a cool edging of a paper. So that's what you get. Look how pretty that style is. Oh, that's so pretty. I like it. Just got to watch the little paper showers that you get. But those are like, you can do those for edge of pages on journals for people who are not into junk journaling. It would be like taking a book like I did, opening it up. These probably would work really well in cardstock. And then putting it in here like this. Make sure I got it lined up right. Okay, this is what I mean by paper edges of your books. These are good for this and for like pockets. Look how cool that is. That's awesome. I love it. And even this, even what it cut out. Now, see, this is the kind of stuff I played with in the digital stuff I was talking about to you guys earlier. Hold on a minute. I'll show you. I gotta empty those teeny weeny tiny pieces in my garbage. They'll be everywhere. Okay. So what I just cut here is a design. Okay, now say I want to go over to the next page. This is so cool. You can take and even use the pieces you cut as like brackets. Like this. And you could glue that there or beside a picture like that. Look how cool that is. Even your garbage is crafty. I'll take a little bit of glue. This is so cool. We had brackets that were PSP stuff. And how to explain it. If this was on a white piece, like a white background, say online, and I got a picture that just had this on it, I can open this in my art program and crop it out of the background to use it on any color I wanted to. That's what I mean by the digital part. The digital is a lot of fun. Well, hey, Keysakes by Patty. Hey, how are you doing? Patty, you're so much fun to watch. She's another one. I never get time to watch her, but, she does those Roxy, um, challenges, and she does such a good job. But this is what I mean by just taking something that you've used that came out of a Punch-Out off of this, and you can use that as almost what they call elements, I guess, and then doing that. Better, slowly, slowly but surely, I am getting back to doing what I need to get done. It's taking me forever, Patty. I just wasn't in the mood to craft or anything when my nephew got hit by that car. It was his fault. He, for the people that don't know, walked, he was walking across the street downtown where I live, and there was a box truck, and he looked one way and he didn't look the other, and a car came out and the mirror on it caught him and threw him to the ground. And that's how it all happened. And the people who actually were in the car are even sick. Like, they've been checking on him every day, which I think is awesome. I've been praying for both sides because I know what they both went through. I can only imagine the devastation they even feel, because I have a friend who went through some kind of trauma like this years ago, and it was awful. They were driving a car and somebody was going to the mailbox across the highway, and they did not see them. They were coming back across instead of stopping and waiting, and they hit him at the car. And this person had to go through therapy. Like, it wasn't his fault as the driver, but that person died and he was traumatized. Like, I know him and his way. It was awful because you even know what it's like driving. I mean, I do. I know what it's like driving down a dark highway and accidentally hitting a deer and just getting sick. I can't even imagine what it feels like to do a person. But it happens, and I feel for both sides. I feel for the person going through the pain, and I also feel for the person who was driving, because accidents happen and it's horrible. Because he even said it was his fault. He said he didn't look both ways, and that happens. You have to look left and right and left again. I was always grabbing my kids when they were little, when I first started teaching them, to go across the road. Oh, but this is the whale tail, and this punch is no longer available. It was made by Stampin' Up. And this is what, like, a lot of people are after. They're selling it for, like, a lot on eBay. It's ridiculous, the price of this. But this is a tab maker. And you fold this and you can put it on the edge of a page, and it's a tab thing. Yes, I love this. I actually sold some of these at my last sale. I think I had 60 of them for like $5. It came in a cute little envelope, and I did different colors and book pages, and I had some people buy them. I'll have probably more in another sale. I'm not selling them 10 for $1. There are some people who I'm selling them for, like, you're getting 60 for $5. Like, and plus a cute little, it's like an airmail envelope that they come in that I bought, and I put that in for free just to put them in. And yeah, so I thought that was nice to be able to share. But this is a very cute punch for sure. And I started to do something else, but I couldn't get him to work. But I have those tiny, just as an idea, if any crafter's interested. On another sale, I think it was May's sale, I had a jar full of, I bought it off her, that has a little items on it, like little tiny scissors and and I actually started punching it, and they fit perfectly in the center of these. So I started playing with that a little bit too, but I haven't made any that I've punched to sell like that. But I thought about selling some in the future with little pictures, because you could do so many things with these tabs. You know, you could even take a little piece of fabric and stick it here to make it a little stronger. You can do it on cardstock, 'cause I had some done on cardstock and some done on pages. I have a whole box full I punched out one time when I was watching TV. But yeah, I really like this whale tail. It took me forever to find one. And I think it was Sherilyn that got lucky. She bought a I think it was a, what did she say it was? A filing cabinet. And she took the filing cabinet home and a whale tail was in it for free. Probably the person that sold the filing cabinet didn't know their whale tail was packed away. And wouldn't that be awful? So she was lucky. She was really lucky. And then here is a snowflake punch. I bought these as a package together off of eBay. So there's a little snowflake punch. That's cute. I'm trying out some of my punches. I bought a whole box of borders and punches for one price. I didn't even realize they were Martha Stewart till I got them. I didn't pay attention to them. I was looking at the designs they punched out because I like these and I like my Big Shot. And then here is another border. I'm just testing these out for the first time on some scrap paper I have. Like I said, these are good for people because I know there's some people that hang in here that are not into junk journals, but these are great for the edgings of pockets and pages. Like if you don't want to use lace and stuff like that. So that gave a cute design. And then this one here, look how cute this one is. This one's trains. This is so cute. But yeah, I was lucky, and I think with shipping included, I got a whole regional rate box A filled with punch outs for like 30 some dollars. That's all I paid for these. And I think one of Martha Stewart's probably cost that much. Her items are not cheap. Let's see what the train one looks like. Watch it get stuck on the paper. Really? Hold on. Oh, look at that. Right at the edge, it looks like a train. That is so stinky cute. My dad loves trains. He's a train collector. But yeah, paper sometimes it's better to use these on cardstock because light paper kind of gets stuck in there sometimes and it'll rip. But that's that one. And then the last one I have is this one. Let's see what this one does. But yeah, you can find some good deals on eBay. You just got to keep looking. And then you go down and look at their suggestion. Yep. See how pretty that is? I like that design too. So we got some pretty colorful items on here. This piece of scrap paper. I believe it. So what I said, I look at eBay and then I go down their suggestions because sometimes you can get a deal on a whole box. Now the whale tail wasn't in this one, and that this is what I got in the box for $30-some. I was looking for the receipt to show what I paid, but I don't know where the receipt is, the exact amount. This is what I got, Patty. I got all of these border ones. This all came in the same box. And there, I just brought the box downstairs the other day. This one, this butterfly, there's 3 butterflies, and that's what I got. I paid one price for the whole box. You can find stuff in bulk. You just got to look for it. You'll type in something. I was just typing in, I think I typed in border punches and this came up. And I know her stuff's expensive. She's outrageously expensive. But like I said, you can also use the parts you punch out. Like this came out of one of the borders. I just think that's so cute to use on a page. Like right here. Even this part itself it just reminds me of an element. Like match it to something. Like that. And even the punch out pieces, I have found on some products are just too cute not to use. I think something that was upstairs I was using on my Big Shot. Um, I think it's like a hot cocoa mug or something with little hearts that popped out when you used it. And I took those little hearts that come off like this. And I put them, I think, on some journaling cards I was doing. And they look really cute. Well, this is so cute. It's almost like an element bracket. And then we'll take and we'll use one of these punch outs over here. Let me find a littler one. Use one of the baby butterflies that I got off of that one. If I can hold on to it, hold on. I don't have no nails right now. Put a dab of glue. Put that like right there. Yeah, these come out of the 3 butterfly. Put this here. And then this was the big one with it. So one thing nice about a glue book is it's not finished. Like you can add to any page at any time. And there. So we have an extra picture added to that page. And I've been playing with Nuvo drops. Last week I did a page and I use Nuvo drops to create words. Look what I did. I got these off of Marianne's sale. I love the sparkle and the this one here was a shimmer. It's called Dragon something. I would like to try some more of these different styles of Nuvo drops. Hold on, I'll tell you what this one was. This color is so stinking pretty. I have a lot of the crystal drops. The sparkle is what I have going around this part. The glitter Nuvo drops are so cute too. I'm really liking those ones. This one. These are the dream drops. And this one here is called Dragon Scales. And let me tell you, this is really pretty. It's like a, you know, some of these are kind of matte looking, but this one here has like a shimmer in it. I don't know if you guys can see this up close, but I'll try to show it. This is a very, very pale mint green. And it gave off this when it dried. And I'll try to show you. Let me see if StreamYard will let me show you a really good, if I could do it. My lighting sucks. But I don't know if you can see the shimmer through it or not, but there's like a shimmer in it. It's almost like a shimmer in with it's just beautiful. So I started playing with words. Now this here was a light color that turned color. That actually turned dark, and then I did a little pumpkin down here, but I am really liking the glitter drops with the glitter in them is up here, and you can see the sparkle when I move the page, and then the shimmer down here. These are my favorites. I really like 'em. I try to buy, like, a few colors in each one until I figure out which ones I like the best, but these ones here and, I like the crystals, the dreams, and the glitter are my favorites on these so far. But this is really pretty. I don't know how many shades they have in the Dream Drops, but I really like this one. It says it adds a dimensional and iridescent. I guess that's what you want to call. I call it shimmer, but like an iridescent detail, and that's what it looks like. It's not like a solid color. It's just really pretty. But the glitter I'm really impressed with because a lot of times you'll get glitter stuff and it won't glitter. Like like I said, don't get the Elmer's glue glitters because they don't work. They come off like the glitter doesn't come off. It comes off like a clear glue. But I test, and then what I'll do is when something empties, I decide if I want to do a refill or not. But I'm really impressed with this. These remind me of borders that I used in scrapbooking. I really like what that shoots off when you punch it. Like it, like it, like it. And I had the Quilters estate sale, and I kept this pair of scissors. I kept a few items to myself from that estate sale, but I didn't keep a whole lot, but I kept some things. But I did really good on that sale. I sold a lot. Thing is, though, is I found some more from the Quilter sale that I had misplaced. So my next one, I just fill up, like I have this really long tote. So what I'm going to do is fill it, and then once it's filled, I'll be able to have another sale. But I'm doing it random. My sales are not predictable. There's so many people selling, I can't keep up. So I decided not to do mine like once a month or anything like that. It's just if I get enough items built up so that people can have a decent price on stuff, then I'll have a sale. But I'm not going to have another 2-day one. Oh my gosh, that was like, that killed me. That was a lot of work. Even my husband was complaining. I was like, shh, shh. He's back here complaining. Oh my God, it was awful. I didn't realize I had that much stuff because, by the time you show it, the time you describe it and everything, you don't realize, and plus you're fighting YouTube lag, how long the sale is going to take. I thought I had enough stuff for like a 5-hour sale for one day. I didn't realize I was going to go 6 hours, like 5 or 6 hours one day and 7 hours the next day because I had so much stuff from that estate sale. It was crazy. I got lucky on that one. And I think you even, Patty, saw the same guy have fabric. I missed the fabric part, but I thought I saw your like under his fabric part in the marketplace. He had a whole table of fabrics, and he was local to me, and he was doing an estate sale in different pieces on the marketplace from a crafter who was a quilter that passed away. And I thought, oh my God, Patty and I attracted to the same one because he had beautiful fabrics. Now I missed the fabric, but he still had some, but it just wasn't that bulk of it. I missed the whole bulk of it because he had already sold it by the time I found his post. But I messaged him and I said, do you happen to have anything else? He goes, oh yeah. He says, I'm cleaning the house out for her daughter. Because that's what he does, like, I guess, for a living. So he kept in touch. And what he would do we would meet. We met like 3 different times because he kept bringing carloads, and he let me pick what I wanted, and then I just, and then we decided on a price in bulk for whatever. So that's where I got all that stuff from. But I was blown away because when he first brought that carload, I thought, "Oh my god, what the heck do I choose, and what's he gonna charge me?" But he was pretty fair, for me to have, because I told him I just didn't want him to charge top dollar and then me not be able to sell on YouTube, because I try to get stuff, at a bulk decent price so that I can keep my prices low on YouTube. I don't want to pay a bunch of money and then not be able to sell, because my whole thing is I try to do a thrifty sale. I try not to do a top dollar. Like, there's no way I could buy from Joann's and have a decent sale. It's never gonna happen because the prices here at Joann's are so high, there's no way I'd be able to pull it off, and I'd be stuck with everything. So, I would ask him, like, he asked me the first time, and I kinda gave him a price, and he agreed. Then the second time, I just let him decide. He's not a crafter, so I would say I paid more the first time than the second trip. The second trip, I paid less because I let him decide. And he's not a crafter, so he don't know what stuff runs for. So I was just like, "You give me a price, and I'll tell you if it's fair." And then he did, and I thought, "Oh my god, I got a steal on that second day." But, I honestly have to say, if you look at both of the sale videos, anybody in here, this is what I mean. The very first video of the sale, I just made the money back on everything I bought off of that estate sale. I pretty much broke even with the first video. The second day sale is when I made a profit back off of it. And I mean, like, the gasoline and the travel, because I had to meet him 3 times and stuff like that. And I mean, I made more than the gasoline, don't get me wrong, but I did good the second day. So that's, just how you have to base it. Because I'm not here to pay a dollar for something and charge people 10. I don't believe in that, because I'm a thrifty crafter, and it depends on, is this a person's living, or, and I'm not meaning to say this to put down other sellers now, this is just a fact. Some people are on here, this is their living. They're actually paying their bills. Like, I had a friend come into an auction site that I go into, which is Locker Nuts, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, the prices there are awful," but they have to realize they live in California, and that is their pay. That is what they do for a living. That's not a hobby. That is actually his living. So in order for him to pay the bills out there, the prices are higher. Me, I'm fortunate because my husband's the main breadwinner. So I don't, this to me is a hobby. Like, I'm not saying that the money doesn't help with our bills that I make off my sales. Do not get me wrong. But if I don't have the sales, I'm not going to suffer, is what I'm saying. This helps me maybe buy some extra crafts and have a little fun, and maybe pay like a car insurance or a car payment or whatever. But mine is not my sustainability. So there is a big difference when you're shopping from people. So when I go to find an estate sales, I'm going to find you the best prices because I shop as a thrifter. When I'm out looking for something, I'm not going in looking for like 5 yards of fabric for 10 bucks. You know what I mean? Like, I get thrifty prices to be able to bring my prices to you, to where you still get to shop as a thrifter. That's the difference between some sellers. And it's sad because, some people are like, "Well, I can get it off of this person cheaper and blah blah," but you have to realize this is not my main income. So, but I'm honest about it. I'm not gonna lie about it. Every little bit helps. Don't get me wrong, it all helps. with food and different things like that. But for the ones who are using this to sustain themselves, it can get pretty pricey in some of the live sales. Sometimes I can't even afford the prices that some people charge. Because to me, it's a lot of money. And I'm not like, I don't know. I'm not a genius crafter. I'm a beginner. So I guess that's how you look at it, you know. There's a lot of people that use a lot of this stuff and they open up their Etsy store and they're actually selling to me like professional looking stuff. I don't have professional looking stuff. And I don't mean that as a put down either. I just haven't been a crafter for years and years and years. Like some people on here, I'm new. I am very new. I actually learned digital crafting before I did scrapbooking. I know. And you go in and you know you can't buy everything, but I'm so fascinated by stuff that people make, Patty. It's like, I want this and I want this. I mean, if anybody's ever taken the time and literally typed in Etsy and didn't buy anything, you got to be kidding me. Hold on. Another critter, this time on my computer. Telling you, spiders are ridiculous. See, he's dead. I'm not kidding. I have lots of spiders down here. But anyways, you go to a sale and it's hard not to be greedy because, you know, I don't go to craft fairs and I don't see this stuff. So when I come on, to me, seriously, it's like eye candy. That's the best way I can describe what some of these crafters have. It's like eye candy. You go in and you're looking down and you're seeing all these gorgeous journals and you're like, oh my. And what I do, I don't pay attention to the prices. This is how I actually stroll through Etsy. I don't look at the cost. I look at the covers. I look at the pictures because they're very important when you're doing a flip through for a journal to post as many pictures as you can. But I do like surprises. You don't got to do every page. But when you're sitting there skimming through the pictures and you find something that just resonates with you, like if you like the cover, say it's cut butterflies on it, and then you see a bunch of butterfly pages throughout, like jars, and that to me is right up my alley. So I'll go down and I'll see something, and then sometimes I'll look at a journal, and this is not to put a crafter down. This is just my preference because I know everybody has a different eye for what they see. I'll see like a butterfly cover and then there's no more butterflies in the rest of the journal. I'm like, okay, that's not for me. But I'm a themer. So, you know, that's just me. Some people like random, but I do tend to like themes. So then I'll go and that's what I do. Hey, Christine. So I go in and I'll go through and then I'll look at the price. And like this one lady, she had the prettiest Christmas. There was like, I don't know, she had a whole bunch of them last year. And I just really liked them. They looked like a file folder folded. They had really, the way she did the trim, the way the book was made, you open it up. She had a package of ephemera, plus they had ephemera, but it wasn't overpacked. It had a lot of writing space in it. And I really liked it that she had the 25 days as numbers. They were in circles. And I used the numbered circles. I will show it at the end of this year. At the end of every year, I show what journals I use all year. I use the circles of the 25 days to put in as the date. So when I put like Monday, December 1st, I use her number 1 in a circle for day 1. You just got to see this layout. So I seen it and I thought this is perfect for Christmas because when I do journaling, I want a journal just for the month of December for Christmas. I don't want to write in it after December. So all the pages that I end up having blank or unused, those are where pictures will go. This is how I journal. So, or I'll fill it in with something else. So that's what I do. And like the whole month of, like, right now for October, I have a journal I bought a long time ago in an auction that's, Halloween. It's just for the month of October. When I do Valentine's, just for the month of February. I want just one for that month, so I don't want one that has a ton of signatures in them. Like, 1 or 2 is suitable, depending on how many pages, but that's how I journal. So, I about died when I saw everything that she included in these journals, and she was only charging 26 for these apiece. $26 was all she wanted. With shipping, it didn't come to that much because you can ship as long as you don't have, the rings in it, you can ship it media, like a book, because the only qualification, it has 8 pages. You just can't send magazines and you can't send coloring books and things like that. The only thing in media is just regular books. So I was lucky to only pay $30 for this entire journal. She had it done. She had a package with it. That's what I'm talking about. That's more in my price range. I can't do these $100 journals. I like them around a certain range depending on what's in them. But that's like, as me as a consumer, not a crafter, me as a consumer, that's what I look for when I'm at Etsy. Now, one time I fell in love with a cover and I thought the cover was nice, but the insides of it wasn't that great. And somebody was charging like $150. I'm not going to pay that just for a cover. If I'm going to pay $100 some dollars, you better have gold in that thing. I mean, it better be immaculate, like made out of a 1800, um, you know, photo album or something. It better be something extravagant because I'm not paying $100 for a journal that's just hardback. I just won't do it. I think that's too much money. But where I live, it is. You know what I mean? Like, I live in one of the poorest states in the United States. And just to prove it, a couple people I know on here live in different states like California, Texas. Go to Zillow, like .com, just in housing, and type in different states. Type in Texas, type in California, type in like certain areas on a map, and you will see a big difference in prices. And I even had a friend the other night that did it, and she was like, "Oh my God." She said the houses where you're located would run like 4 or 500,000, and they're only like 100,000 and 60,000 here. That's the difference when you're shopping. So you have to take it into consideration where the person's living to why they're charging so much. That's how I do it. And that's how I can keep my prices cheap. Because if I lived in California or Texas, there's no way I'd be selling for this cheap. Seriously. Yeah. But I mean, you understand those what I'm saying. Like, when you look at East Coast sellers compared to West Coast sellers, and even Locker Nuts told me, being in California, they have East Coast buyers. Their biggest buyers are East Coasters, and do you know why that is? And I told them why. Because we don't get Louis Vuitton over here. I don't walk into my local stores and see Louis Vuitton. I see Walmart and I see like drugstore clothes. Not being ignorant, but it's the truth. So when you're watching somebody in California buying up lockers and you're seeing stuff that we don't get here, that's exactly why you have East Coast buyers, because of that reason. And then he was like, I guess that makes sense. I was telling Jack this in his stream that day, and I said, that's why. I said, I've never seen Louis Vuitton ever till I came onto the web. And you type it in or whatever, but and I've seen people, like, there's one follower that she actually won a giveaway that was Louis Vuitton. I can't even afford to do a Louis Vuitton giveaway. You know? Like, I'm like, "Oh my god, this girl must be rich to even do a Louis Vuitton giveaway," but this is the stuff I'm talking about. It's like a culture shock when you come on the web because there's so much we don't see here. I remember when my daughter, this is a story I love to share. I always thought those teen magazine giveaways were a joke. I thought they were fake. Seriously. And my daughter Kristen won a giveaway in the 17 magazine. I will never forget when the editor called our house. They were running a giveaway. I can show you pictures of the giveaway. I don't have the papers, I don't think anymore because it's been a long time ago. She was about to graduate and her friend Kara didn't have an email. So Kristen created an email and decided to enter for her friend. So she entered it. It was a giveaway. It was about prom. Now, the first prize winner, you got your dress and, the whole thing. It's everything you can imagine on prom day, even a new phone. The next prize was 11 second place winners. They got everything but the outfit and the phone. So my daughter, I about died. She came up to be one of the 11 place winners. Kara didn't win anything, so Kristen decided to share with Kara because she would have never known about the contest if Kara hadn't have told her. So I thought it was really nice that my daughter shared. And I'm talking, I have the chopsticks. Like there was chopsticks. She had 2 huge boxes. Like I'm 5'8" and they came to my waist. And they came to the door and I about died, and the 17 magazine editor, and it's funny because you're teenagers, they have such smart mouths. I remember she called the house. My daughter was upstairs and I said, "Christian, what if?" She goes, "What?" She gave that snotty teenage attitude. And I'm going, "Shh, don't answer me like that." I said, "You have a phone call." And I said, "It's the 17 magazine editor." And her face turned beet red. And she answered the phone and she was given a congratulations over the phone. And I about died. Like we had to sign a it was some kind of tax form paper to release because she was a minor. So we had to claim it on our taxes for her, but it was no big deal. But she had everything. I'm talking like Crest whitener, toothpaste, the whitener things that you put on your teeth to make them even whiter, those little tray thingies. She had chopsticks, she had satin pillows, she had lotions, like shoes, everything you can imagine to pamper yourself. It was unbelievable what she won. And I told my daughter, I said, "I can't believe all those years I thought that stuff was fake and you actually won something." But what the point was I was trying to make is there's things over there we don't see here. And there was a lotion I really loved that she won, and she let me keep the bottle of it. It smelled so good, and it was like in a pump. I looked for it everywhere on the East Coast. Like literally, I was in every store looking for this lotion, and I could not find it. It's amazing what is sold in the United States that you don't see because you don't live close to a certain state. So I went online and I Googled the name of it. Here it was part of a tanning line out in California. They still don't sell it here. It was the most amazing lotion I've ever smelled. But that's what I mean is like there's so much stuff that goes on our states, even in our own country, we don't even know it's there. And I remember meeting a friend of mine in Tennessee in Yahoo. He had never heard of cocoa wheats. I'm like, "What do you mean you never heard of cocoa wheats? Cocoa wheats is awesome." He's like, "We're here in Tennessee. We never heard of them." He says, "I was staying with a friend of mine in Michigan, and he introduced me to them for breakfast." And he said, "But I had never heard of them in Tennessee." He says, "We have grits down here, and I never had grits till I went to Florida." And it was just but it was crazy, and I told him, I said, "Oh my gosh, if you ever need cocoa wheats, I could send you tons of boxes, and it's loaded with calcium. It's a chocolate hot cereal, but there's a lot of people you would be surprised if never heard of them." And they've been made here like years ago. It's an Indiana product from like 1903 or something like that. They've been here for a long time. But I find it amazing when I watch Locker Nuts and all these like pirate he sells if you go to pirates auctions, they get lockers that they buy up over in their states and then they sell the stuff off. You would be amazed at the stuff these people find. I bought posters off of Mr. Buys a Lot here recently. They're concert posters, like not posters we hung on a wall like you get at Walmart. These are like the announcements. Like, when you go to a movie theater and you see those great big posters in the movie theater glass, these are signed by the artist and they're like limited editions. And I ended up with Kiss poster, one from Germany. I told my husband, we have them rolled up. I said, this is an investment for later. We're going to hang on to that for retirement investments. And he was selling them at a wholesale because he has a lot of eBay buyers. So I got some decent prices on some concert posters. That the graphics are amazing on these posters. It's unreal. It is unreal. So even if you can't buy and you're not doing anything one night and you're just crafting, go hit up these channels and just watch them. I mean, and I'm just saying this just because it's very interesting. Let me see. I'm going to grab a couple channels for you because I don't see this stuff over here. I find these channels fascinating. They're like located at different places. And they're very great people. I might not be able to afford their stuff, but they're a lot of fun to watch. Here's Mr. Buys a Lot's channel. And you don't got to subscribe to them. I'm not forcing anything down your throats. I mean, just check them out and you'll see what I mean. It's amazing. It really is. Some of the stuff these people find is just like stuff I've never seen. I'm fascinated with stuff like this though. Here's Locker Nuts. And he is so generous. Jack from Locker Nuts, him and his wife Jana are like the nicest couple. If you hang out on their channels enough, I mean, they sent my husband a free merch t-shirt, and these t-shirts are nice. They're not the type that you wash a few times and they shrink. They are thick, they are nice. If you become a person that orders off of them and you're in there sometimes late at night and there's nobody else, you can get some really good deals. I've got a couple free gifts off of him. And I'll never forget the first time I went into Locker Nuts' channel. I will never forget this. My husband had been hurt, and the people who follow me know this, where he crushed his hand. And I couldn't buy anything. And you actually have to pay, I think, a 99-cent fee a month to be able to even purchase off of them. That's how they keep the trolls out. And I don't blame them for doing it. And you have a lock by your name. If you don't have a lock by your name, you can't participate in the auctions. That's how they work for their own protection. And I'll never forget, I wasn't able to afford to be locked into anything. I had to wait till we found out what was going to happen to him medically. And I was talking to some people in there, and then somebody was asking me questions, and I said, well, I can't buy anything right now because my husband got hurt. Not for sympathy. I didn't do it for pity. I was just telling the truth. And this guy Snapper was in there, and it was amazing. He bid on this basket and had them gift it to me. This is a complete stranger. I've never even talked to him before. And that's how I felt so welcome into their stream. It just blew me away. I'm like, you didn't have to do that. He goes, no, I want to. And I thought that was so nice of a complete stranger to do something like that. I was blown away. And I've been dedicated to their channel ever since because they made me feel at home. They did way more beyond any other stream I've ever been into. And I still have the basket he bid on. It was a homemade basket, and I have it to where I can put buttons or something. It's the cutest little basket. I couldn't believe he did that. So, you can really meet some amazing people on here. You really can. And then here's Pirate's channel. He's funny. This is the channel where I got my he sold me him and Jack bought a locker together, and this is where I got my ledger that was airplane. My it's this ledger's just every time I open it, I just love it. I did. I was over here like in tears, Patty. I couldn't believe he did that. I couldn't. I don't see Snapper a whole lot in the sales, but when I do, I make sure he gets a little hug and a heart every time I see him. But I was just blown away. But um, where would I say Ohio is located? I say we're all on the East Coast. Somebody told me one time where I was located, they're like, "You're not the East Coast." I said, "Yes, I am. Just because I'm not by a body of water does not make me East Coast." People always used to stick me in the middle of the country. For some people always thought I was from the middle area for some reason. I guess I don't have a hickish enough accent. I always say that I'm borderline Southern. It's what I always say, Patty, because West Virginia broke away from Virginia when all the slavery and stuff happened. I mean, all I can say is my grandparents they were part of the Underground Railroad. My mom's dad's side of the family. They actually had a farmhouse where they hid slaves and they could have got killed for what they did. So, I always feel like I'm borderline Southern for that reason. They didn't have the same beliefs the Southerners did to own slaves, and on the flip side, we weren't I don't know how to explain it, but I don't consider myself Southern. Yes, you tell them you are too. We are considered Northeast as far as I'm concerned. I don't care what they say. Every time every time weather travels through here, we get the Northeast. We get the Northeast weather, so yeah, I consider us Northeast. Yeah, it was pretty amazing. I didn't even know about it until I don't know, like, I didn't know about it when I was a kid or even a teen or in my 20s. I just learned about this within the past, um, like 10 years, I would say. Not even then. See, I started my YouTube channel in 2017. I would say, like, within the past 2 years. It was my genealogy, my parents got a hold of it. My aunt, my mom's sister, has a newspaper copy of it all, and I never even knew it. The house that my mother was raised in on a farm, they had tunnels underneath. I just find it fascinating because I didn't know anything about it. Because if you look up Wheeling, West Virginia, that's where the railroad was, but they're on the way where the farm was, where they hid him, and there was a story written up in a newspaper. I have one newspaper, and I sent a copy of it to Ty. She couldn't believe it. It's like kind of fudged up a little bit. It's a little blurry, but you can still read it, and you can see the names because I couldn't figure out in my DNA where Irish came from. And here it was my mom's dad's side of the family that he was Irish. My mother didn't even know this. I told mom, I said, "Where the heck does the Irish come from?" because, my family talked about our genealogy, but I never heard the story about the Underground Railroad. Never heard of it in my family until that paper came out. And how it was I can't remember. I think it was the farmhouse was owned. I don't know if it was by my grandfather's side of the family. I don't know how it all worked, or if it was my grandmother's side of the family. When he married her, they ended up living there. I don't know how all that part went, but it was his parents who were a part of it. And I was just couldn't believe it. They told a whole story about how they were sneaking somebody out and they almost got caught. And there was like a great big write up in it, and like one of the old newspaper clippings. I don't know. It's crazy. And they had a tunnel where they used to hide them in the house. And I thought, oh my God, that is so, so crazy to know that was inside of your family and you didn't even know it. Because I remember the first time I ever read Roots. Oh my God, I bawled my eyes out. Oh my gosh. That story. And when it came to TV, I was going through like boxes of tissues. That was my first introduction to all of it, was reading that book. And then when they made a mini series on TV, it just blew me away. And I was angry, literally. I remember telling my mom, and that's what was so weird about this whole thing coming out in my family. I told my mom, I don't care if I would have got killed or not, I would have been a part of the Underground Railroad, and who would have ever known that my great grandparents really were. And I never knew when I even made that comment, and she never even said anything. I don't even think my mother knew until it came out in that clipping, and I was like, "Oh my goodness." I mean, we were just so blown away. I said, "How people could do that to families." It was just horrible. Unbelievable. I can't even tell you the effect that Roots had on my life. It changed everything. That was like the saddest and the most truest form of everything that a person could go through. It was horrible. But anyways, I don't get carried away because then YouTube will probably get mad at me anytime I talk about politics. Oh, I showed a clipping last week to whoever was in here about something that I posted on Facebook, and I said, this is the best post I've seen in 2021. I got to show you what they did to it. Let me get to the post first. I read this because it's the truth. Wait till you see. People saw it because my mother-in-law, she put a like under it, but wait till you see the message that pops up on it from Facebook. This is why I hate Facebook, because you can't have free speech without pissing people off. And I don't think there was anything about this post that pissed anybody off. Unbelievable. This one here. Okay, first you're going to see the message that they left. I'm going to leave that because I'm going to have to exit out to read it. This is what Facebook put up here. It says missing content. Independent fact checkers say this information could mislead people. Can you believe this shit? I'm going to complain because I think this is absolutely ridiculous. So when I X out, this is what the post was. If you put 2 black ants and 100 red ants, 100 black ants and 100 red ants in a jar, nothing will happen. But if you shake the jar, the ants will start killing each other. Red ants will believe black is their enemy, while black will believe red is their enemy, when the real enemy is the person who shook the jar. Same is also true in our society. Before we fight with each other, we must ask ourselves who shook the jar. And they gave me that. I was surprised I wasn't put in YouTube jail. I mean, Facebook jail over that. What is wrong with this? Nothing. It's the truth. I was like, you got to be kidding me. God forbid you say anything truthful and you're in trouble. I'm standing my ground. I don't care. I don't care. I was standing up for my beliefs and I was standing up for everything no matter what. And that's what they did. They put that content was checked by fact checkers. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Unbelievable. I saw that come up and I was like, you gotta be freaking kidding me. I just shake my head at social media. Nothing surprises me anymore. That's why I always tell people to do their homework because I know I do. If something's going on, you ever notice how like when you're in a workplace and they're always looking for somebody to blame when something goes wrong, but it never goes to the person to take the rightful responsibility. That's how I saw that post. And it was just like, I can't believe that they said they had fact checkers on. I was like, you just got to be kidding me. And somebody else posted, if you want to find out who your friend and true friends are, speak the truth. The ones that leave aren't. And I believe that. I believe that the more truthful people are, the more friends they lose because they don't want to hear the truth. And it has, I'll hear people say stuff like, I don't want to talk about politics well, you know what? Politics is a part of who we are. It's a class. There's a difference between people getting mad over it and bashing each other over it. There is a way that you can have a respectful talk about politics without it turning into a bashing. The people get so hot so easy. That's what the freedom of our country has caused. It's the people with tempers that have the problem. It's not people who can actually have a decent conversation. Because I've been in streams where we've had decent conversations about political things going on, and you don't see people fighting. We're actually talking about it. If you weren't supposed to discuss politics, why the hell do they have a government politics class? And I took it in college, so I know it's there. You wouldn't have history classes. You wouldn't have anything to do with where we were if it was not a subject to be discussed. And it kills me how people want to run and hide from it. And it's like, well, you know what? You need to talk about it because if we don't start pulling together, this country's going to go to shit. People have got to pull together. And I've made this comment a couple times is I see the United States only in a crisis. When we have a flood or we have something bad going on, that's when we do stand united and we help each other. Why can't we stand united on politics too? Why does it have to be a crisis all the time? And another thing that pisses me off, you're going to hear my passionate heart because I'm going to say it. The other thing is, when I hear people who are racist, and I try to make this clear on one of my streams. I don't know if it came out right because sometimes I'm not the best with wording things. But I hear people, and I hate when I hear people have homophobes or people who are just abusive, whether it's race or whatever. This is my philosophy on that whole thing, and I will say this 100 times over. Do you stop in a checklist when the Twin Towers were happening and mark off your little clipboard who is gay? Check, check, they can't help me. Who is colored? Check, check, they can't help me. No, it doesn't work that way. In a crisis, we all pull together. It doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter what you do sexually. It doesn't matter what your income is. We are united. You don't see that kind of stuff when you're in the middle of a crisis. So why are people seeing it when there's not a crisis? That's what I put to people when they ask me questions about stuff like that, you know, because it's the truth. It doesn't matter if you go to church. It doesn't matter what it says in the Bible. Do you think that you're going to go through that checklist when an emergency happens? I don't give a shit who saves my life and what they do in their personal life. If they're there to help me, I'm going to take it. And if I'm there to help someone, it's the same thing in reverse. And I hate when people question me all the time because I got baptized, you know, well, how come you cuss or how come you do this? Because don't you know just because you're baptized doesn't make you freaking perfect? We're still sinners because we're human, whether we're baptized or not. The people I can't stand is the people who go to church that are biggest hypocrites using religion to act like they are perfect because they're hiding behind religion to present themselves to perfection. What got news for you? It doesn't work that way. You're actually tested more after you've been baptized, in my opinion. And you are still going to have flaws because you're still human. Just because you got baptized doesn't make you godly. And I hate people like that. I really do. That they'll sit and they'll rip on you for something, but then they're not perfect either. I get so upset by that, Patty. It just irritates me. It just does. We're still going to have our own sins. It just depends on what we pick. I've seen people who went to church for their whole lives and tried to be the best they could in church. And they are the biggest hypocrites. They pick favorites in people. They pick namesakes that are their favorites. That is a sin too. Just because I have a potty mouth, I don't treat my grandkids like that. If you're named after me, you're going to get this and you're going to get that. But if you're not named, I didn't pick your damn name. So I hate that whole part. I was raised around people like that. If you were a namesake, well, you inherited this. I don't give a shit. I can't help what my parents picked to name me because I wasn't named after my grandmother. I couldn't get into something. I hate it. I hate it. I just do. People like that are the biggest hypocrites ever. And I've even seen it in live sales. Like for instance, I'll give a really good example. I've seen this quite a few times in this one live sale, and it just irritates me. So I don't like going very much. This person has favorites who is always on their streams all the time. Well, I got news for you. When your channel grows, you're having you start out with 50 people, you can keep up. But when your channel starts growing into the thousands and stuff, and you're trying to visit other people's channels, you can't visit the same channel all the time. Like say a person is having something 5 days a week. Well, you can't go to that channel 5 days a week when you have 1,000 other people to please. And I have noticed sometimes people are fighting lag and they're trying to come in first to buy something and whatnot. And then all of a sudden, you have this person come in last, like say, for instance, a giveaway. Okay. Once a person puts a stop in, to stop the numbers going in and fine, but they're not taking into consideration. You have to look at the numbers. It depends on how many people's buying. If it's a short number of people, then you're not going to have like a big, long live giveaway. But if it's a lot of people in that stream and you've got a whole bunch of numbers to look at to make sure you're not picking the same number, and then all of a sudden a person puts stop in and you're not even down the damn list, and you put a number and it comes after the stop, you don't count. But yet you've been sitting there for 7 hours shopping, but you don't count because you come in after a stop because that person didn't say, is everybody done, to give a person a chance, like a 5-minute lag prep to check and do whatever. You know what I mean? That just so irritates me because there's a lot of people I've seen come in from lag. They're like 2 sales ago and they're putting in, I want this. And everybody's like, oh no, you need to refresh. They're not taking enough time and patience and consideration. But yet, say it's one of their people that come and watch their channel 5 days a week. I've seen this happen. They'll retract the stop to let, oh no, this favorite person that's on my channel, we'll do it for this person, but we're not going to do it for everybody else. But we'll do it for this person because she's one of my favorites. So they'll retract the stop and put it in after that person. But the people who are not a favorite come in late. They never do it. And I've watched this happen. And I'm like, how ignorant are you? That you'll do this for a favorite person, but you won't do it for somebody that's not up your butt all the time on your channel. It's just irritating. It's awful. And I'm thinking that person could have just spent $100 in your stream and you wouldn't care because you have your favorites. It drives me nuts. The sales sometimes really get to me on here for that reason. It makes me not want to buy off of people. And then you have your ones that do take the time and they do have the patience, and then you're fine. You know what I mean? And people can run their mouth about me all they want. No, I'm never going to shut my mouth. It's never going to happen. I've had people say, you just need to be quiet and shut your mouth. No, I'm not. I'm not going to shut my mouth because that's not who I am. I'm a very vocal person. You either like me or just don't come to visit me anymore. I mean, that's just my philosophy. I'm going to speak how I feel and I'm going to call it how I see it because it's not fair to everybody. Some people are just so irritating. And then you have some people who are that do awesome. You know, it's not all negativity because there's some that will bend over backwards to make sure that you are happy and that, you know, you're going to win a nice giveaway or you're going to do this and you're going to do that. This is like, it was funny. I had a customer that was new here recently. She cracks me up. She came out and she said to me, and she knows who she is. I'm not going to say any names because this was actually funny. She says, you did not send me a thank you in your Etsy. She said, she says a thank you would be nice with the question because, you know, you can put a note in when you pick up a person's purchase, you know, when a person pays for their purchase. And I texted her back. I said, listen, I'm not that shallow of a person that I'm just going to type a thank you to you. I don't care if you spend $1 in my stream or if you spend $100. I personally write out thank you cards because not enough people in this day and age write notes anymore. And I like notes. I was always in trouble in my class for passing notes. I was always busted for something. And I'm not going to change. So you're not going to get a simple little thank you and a little text from me, like typed out. It's going to be a genuine thank you. I said, I do my thank yous my way. She goes, okay, then. But I thought that was so funny because she didn't know. She wasn't a first time buyer, and it's not like I ever say that I do it that way, but that's how I do it because I think it's nice. And thank you cards do not cost that much that you can't go to the freaking dollar store, pick up a pack, or even make them. You're a crafter, damn it. Put thank you on a card and write something out. And I do to every single person that buys off me. They get a business card. They get a bookmark card that I made for my business when I started. And they get a personal thank you card. I don't even care if their thank you card is repeated. It's still written by hand. And that's how I do my sales. But I just think it's funny. I do. I love letters. I still have all my high school letters. One of these days when I get into my hope chest, because I got it buried with stuff right now, but I'm going to pull out my high school gym bag And I'm going to open it up and I'm going to show you the letters that I have from high school because I still have them. Some of them, not all of them. When I opened my store, it was before I started my YouTube channel, and I still have a bunch left because I had, what's that one place you go to where you get like thousands? You get like 1,500 cards for a price. What the heck is it called? They're so cheap. Now my bookmarks I got from another company. I designed them myself, both things. I pulled in my own clip art and decorated them myself, and I'll show you them. Hold on. I'll grab one because I want to look up the one company. But there's a business company on here where you can design your own cards, or you can pick through their clip art and design your own cards. Vistaprint. Hold on, I'll show you. Vistaprint's really good for business cards. And I think it's called, I think it's U Printing, maybe. I have a receipt that I keep on my phone. U Printing, I think, is where I did my bookmarks. But I'll show you. Hold on. Vistaprint, you get a bunch of cards that look like, and you get a bunch of packs like this. You'll get like this box isn't even open yet. Every time a person purchases a book from me out of my bookstore or buys online, this is what my cards come in. I picked up the bookworm picture, was a clip art I found. And then actually this should be bigger than the picture, but it's just how I did them. I never thought about people with bad eyesight when I made these. But it says Minda's Bookstore and More. It's got my address and my phone number. If I would go to have business cards again, what would be nice to have the flip side, have your social media, like your YouTube channel. I have to write everything out by hand. Yeah, you get a whole bunch of boxes of these for one small price. Look up Vistaprint, and sometimes they run specials, but I got a lot. And then these are my bookmarks. And what I did was I pulled in these little angels. I actually did these myself. I clipped these and I added them to, you can pick, this is cardstock. So you can pick whatever color you want. And then it has my name, my address, and it says, God bless and have a great day. So these are my bookmarks. And I've had a couple people use these as belly bands when they've gotten them in their journals. I thought that was a cute idea. You can flip it over and do your own design or whatever you want. But always these go out in orders. And then I do a thank you card. But yeah, you get a lot. This was only one box. You get like, oh my gosh, Patty, it was a lot at the time. I don't know what their prices are now because I bought these. My store has been open. I think I'm in my 8th year right now. And I bought these when I started. That's how many I still have left. Like, I mean, you got a lot. Like, you got a whole bunch. I know there was 10 boxes filled like this. I'm not kidding. It's a lot for a really cheap price compared to doing it yourself or going to another company. I don't know what Vistaprint's prices are now, but these were really cheap. I was blown away because when they came in, I was like, holy cow. And I'm still not out of them. I can't tell you how many boxes of these I still have left. And I try to pass them out wherever I can, but I just can't seem to run out of them. So, and I was going to close my bookstore down for a while, but I think I might just leave it open. I'm trying to get rid of a lot of books that I have, but I think I might do it as like a part-time. I like it because I have a license and my Etsy is attached, like it's all attached to each other. I take my taxes in for everything at once at the end of the year, and I pay taxes on everything that I do. I don't sell nothing under the table. Everything's legit. And but everything's combined. And that's why I can't, people keep asking me if I have a book website. I cannot take and post every individual book on Etsy because Etsy is a handmade site. The only thing you can put on Etsy is the books that are out of copyright, the old books, later like that are considered vintage. You can't post like James Patterson. You can't post them on Etsy because Etsy's a handmade site. So when I do my sales through my store, that's why I do it in video and then I put it in the marketplace. That's just a place where they pick them up. I can't advertise my bookstore books in Etsy though, because it's confusing to explain in text than it is in voice because they'll ask me, I get questions all the time. Well, is there books I can scroll through? It's like, no, I do one genre a month. And if you like a book you see and you email me back, because say like I show a whole month of books and they're all religious books. You pick out the books you like by the author. As soon as you see them, you email me or message me with the name. It's first come, first serve. If you don't want just to pay for one book, I can write the name down and hold it for you to the end of the month. Like say you want to buy religious books in bulk. You tell me all the names and the authors of them, and I will put them aside. I won't pack them. I'll just put them all aside until you have your collection ready, if that's all you're looking for. But you can tell me at the end of the month, like, this is the book, and then I'll pay you at the end of the month after I see the rest of them. It's really hard, but why I do it the way I do it is because the marketplace, you can only put 10 pictures in. So that's why I do 10 books per video. There's no secret to it. It's just how I worked it out. So I read off the genres of 10 books at a time, and I don't post one picture. I take a picture of each book so people can see. You can't see the covers. A lot of time in the marketplace, they'll stack them up and all you see is the names, but you can't see the books. I want people to see the books. So that's why I do one picture at a time. So I will do it that way. Then I load them all to the store. And this way it works for me because it works in my Facebook marketplace. It works for me on YouTube this way. And I've never had a problem. But I get those people who are, do you have this author? I don't know, because I'm not a new bookstore. I don't order my books. I don't have a catalog over here I can flip through and say, hey, I have this person, because I don't. I can't do it that way. I have boxes I haven't even went through yet. I have no place to open them all up. Now, when I start, like when my store was open, my physical store is no longer open, so everything's done by the web now. I had like a whole bunch of different color crates on the table for the kids section. It was easy for the kids to come in and flip through what they wanted with their parents. And that would run out fast because I kept that my cheapest section just because, kids' books are popular. And that I would have to go buy and replenish. So I knew what I had when I bought. And it's not that I haven't bought books, like not all the books are donated. I had like a guy come in one time I have no clue how to shop on the web, he tells me. He's an older gentleman, hysterical. I love my elderly people. They're so awesome. He said, but there's this book I really, really want, and I cannot find it in the stores. So I found it on Amazon and I ordered it for him, but I only charged him what I paid for it. I didn't make any profit off of that. I just, told him what the shipping was, gave him the receipt, and then he just paid me back just because I knew he could, because my dad hates the web. He will not shop on the web. So if he wants anything from the web, like one of us kids has to do, because there is that age range that, some people just don't want to bother with it. So if I'm running low on something, like, I don't know, if some people are looking for certain types of books and they'll come to me and say, I have a customer who she just absolutely loves a particular type of romance. She was one of my best customers, and I feel so bad that I had to cut her off, but I don't have any more of the books she's looking for. And with COVID, I wasn't shopping because everything was closed. Like, I wasn't thrifting to find them. She liked the suspense. They were like a Harlequin suspense, but there was also Love Swept that had the same kind of books. So what I did for her particularly, this is how much people don't realize I do go out of my way for my customers. I had a folder with her name on it, and I wrote down every single book, the title and the author in this folder so that I never picked her up doubles. So if I was out thrifting for these particular books, I didn't have that list with me, but I would come home and compare it to the ones I would just bring them all home because I know some other people that like those type of books. I'll put them in a yard sale if I had doubles. So that's no big deal because we have a community yard sale here once a year too. So what I did for her was I wrote out all of it, and then I would just go through and make sure she never got doubles of any of those types of romances. And I'm telling you, like, she would drop a box. Like, I would go out and I would find them for her and only charge, like, I did make a profit off of them, but I didn't charge her a whole lot because I wasn't getting a whole lot for them. So she would buy like a box full for like $30 and whatever shipping was. But she was one of my best customers. Like, every other live sale, when I was having them the second Tuesday every month, she was purchasing a box off of me. So that was a guaranteed sale already. But that's what I mean. It's like, if somebody's looking, I have a whole list of, I have another lady, she wants Amish. There's a couple people that ask me about the Amish books because they're not, to me, those are not considered romances. To me, they're considered family inspirations because they don't have any smut in them. So I made up a section. I have a section in my store called Family Inspiration, and that's the type of books that goes into that. So that's how I do everything. I mean, and I don't like stickers on books. I hate prices like that. So my Post-it notes are like so big, I can get them at the Dollar Tree or whatever, and I count those as an office supply because that is not only my sticker when people would come in my store saying, "Well, how much do your books cost?" I would say, look in the back of the book, and there's a Post-it note in back there that'll tell you the price. It has the name of the author, the genre, and the name of the book, and the price at the bottom. And when somebody buys it, that would be plucked off, and that's exactly what I used for my taxes. That's my receipt. So I don't have to buy separate stickers, separate receipts, and separate all this. Like, I really thought all of this through before I did it. I really did. There's always room for improvement, but I was trying to make it because I paid everything cash. I didn't go in debt. I didn't take out loans. I didn't use credit cards. I worked as a caregiver, and all that money was put into my bookstore. I bought desks, all the equipment, my computers, everything that I use in my business, I paid cash for. Like, there's nothing that I'm in debt because I didn't know how this was going to go. So I really thought it through. And I feel like if you're going to start a personal business, do it in a building you own or do it in your house if it's legal to do it that way. And I have a license that hangs on my wall with Minda's Bookstore and More. It is a license, it's a real business. And if anybody could make that name. I didn't trademark it because then that's more money, but I don't care about that. That's not a big deal to me. But that's the name on my business license. And like, I put a greeting card section in here. And in order for me to have greeting cards, I had to send them a copy of my license to show that I was a business to be able to get greeting cards cheap instead of, paying a big money for a bulk amount. And that's why I said it killed me, running a business. I've learned so much because these cards, when you walk in Kroger's and they're charging you $5 and $6 for cards, they are such a ripoff. Like, being a consumer my whole life and then running a business, I just cannot wrap my brain around. And I don't care if they're Hallmark or not. I can get name brands and they do not cost that much at all. All my greeting cards were sold 2 for $1 and I'm still making a profit. That's how cheap cards really are. And it's like, I'm not making a big profit selling them 50 cents a piece, but to $5 and $6 is a ripoff for a card. That is like way overpricing because you don't pay that much when you buy them in bulk. So I was just like, the Dollar Tree. If you're gonna get cards, that's where you go because that's where your cheapest prices are. Because to me, that you still make a profit at the Dollar Tree. It's what I'm saying. I can't remember exactly how much the cards were a piece, but they weren't even 50 cents to buy them, to sell them a piece. It just amazed me. And but when you have a business and you send your license in for stuff, I've learned so much more, like how much people are really getting ripped off. It's just sad. And I guess that's where a lot of my pet peeves come from too. But don't ever go in debt when you want to start a business. And I feel for people who have to come up with hundreds and hundreds of dollars to buy supplies because you don't want to do that. You want to have the cash and then do your business because charging everything, that's why people are filing bankruptcy. It's just sad. I've seen a lot of businesses fail because they would have the best idea, but then they're renting or leasing a building. And even look at the mall. I don't know how much it is to rent a space at the mall, but I know back in the day when we had Walden's Bookstore, it was $1,000 for them to pay for rent just in the store. That's not counting what they sold. So it's no wonder that the bookstore shut down. I remember when our Walden's Bookstore closed. So when you have a mom and pop shop and you want to start a business, anybody, I'll give you the best tips there is because I learned from my mistakes. And from watching other people go through it, I just made up my mind, cash or I'm not going to have it. So I bought a little bit of a time. This whole downstairs was empty. And because this was a big rec room, it's got its own entrance, its own parking, everything. You don't have to walk through my house to get to my basement. It's not that type of house. It's got a couple big windows down here where I could hang in an open light. And I have a sign that says my store on it. And I laminated my store hours. I put it all down here in my window. I bought 2 desks that came up at garage sales, wherever, little bit at a time. And then I went to Ollie's and I bought my first computer chair, which was a lot cheaper than buying it, in a regular store. And then I got a chair that my dad gave me. It's upstairs though. When their office is closed at his mill, he had this old chair he gave me and I still use it upstairs in my regular computer room. And then I have 2 desks down here. I had one where all of my, computer is set up with my printer and everything. That's where I do all my invoices whenever I have a live sale on YouTube, and where I actually waited on my customers that came into my store. It's got its own laptop, its own printer. I'm on Instant Ink, so it saves money. I'm on the $9.99 a month for that one because it's unlimited. My other desk is where I clean books, go through them, wipe them off, pile them up, and separate them in genres to be able to sell them. I put a great big, where I'm at right now, this is a great big table. And then underneath my table, because now that I'm turning it into a craft room, before this was a craft room, this table held my kids section. And then underneath of it, I had boxes of books that were on sale. So people, and they're standing up where people can flip through them. And then I have all my bookshelves set up with my books in them, and I have the genres on a note card with a piece of tape, and it says religious section, cooking section, young adult section, and my card holders were in the center. So when you come into my store, I wish when COVID happened, I had a video what my store looked like. But since I haven't went in and fixed it, I don't know what they did with it, but it's not there anymore. But it showed you a tour where you walk through my door, you have a step down and you step into one landing. Then you actually walk into my store, and where the greeting cards was a circle. It was in the center of the room and they were back to back. And then all my bookshelves are around it. So you have a complete circle to walk around in my store to check everything out. And then you check out at the desk on the way out the door. And I had a card slider through PayPal. But I didn't know nothing. I owed absolutely nothing. For the first few years, it was rough because even with me owning everything, all the supplies, the Post-it notes, the desks, everything that I bought for supplies wasn't paid off. Even though it was in cash, I hadn't made it back yet. Being realistic when you open a store that's not food or something that's a necessity, because books aren't, they're a luxury. I would say 6 years of my store being open before I got a profit. Before everything I put into it was paid for. And when I read the small business book, that's exactly what it said. It takes 5 years or more to even get your business off the ground. Unless you have something that's popular, like a coffee shop, or, because it's a necessity, because you drink, you eat, and I even had a mother come in because her daughter opened up a dress shop. And she said, "Do you ever have 3 weeks that goes by and there's no customers?" I said, "Yes," because hers, that's all she had was clothes. There was no baby clothes, though. She said, "You wouldn't believe how many people kept coming and asking for baby clothes. People wanted the kids' clothes, not the adult clothes." She ended up closing her shop because she couldn't make any money. And I noticed years ago when Walden Bookstore shut down. I mean, look at your stores that sell books. They have food, they have clothes. You can't just sell one thing and expect your business to make it, because it's not going to. It's got to be multiple items. And Walden's closed because Walmart come out. They were selling books, they were selling magazines, they were selling clothes, and all those took away from those stores because they made everything cheaper because they were selling multiple items. I don't get a write-off for anything. My taxes are, you put in, you have a page that you put in your supplies, you have your gas mileage, because I was doing pickups too at one time. I have all my bookkeeping done. Everything, the only thing that would happen is at times I would take a loss. for the store. Like, in other words, we didn't have to pay in a bunch of taxes. And you deal with that when you first start. I didn't gain any money, but I didn't lose any money either. Sometimes with me taking a loss, it actually helped us with our taxes. But you have to make like I had to file quarterly for a really long time. Every 3 months, I would have to go online and sign, do a quarterly, but there's a limit in my state that you have to sell a certain amount to even be able to claim quarterly taxes. And I wasn't making enough. So I claim at the end now instead of doing it quarterly. That was a pain. I had to keep track of everything every 3 months, but actually it was better organized because I'm terrible. I'm rushing around at the end of the year when I need to keep track of it quarterly because it's easier. Because sometimes I'll go to our antique mall, for instance, and I shove receipts in my purse in every nook and cranny. And I'll buy stuff for live sales, like old books there for a while. I would have like a variety of items that I had in my live sales. And I would forget where I put the receipts. So at the end of the year, I really wasn't claiming the receipts accurately, like what I paid because I couldn't find them. So quarterly is actually easier because, I was putting them in the folder as soon as the money was spent. And I'm like running around at the end of the year now trying to find everything. I guess we get lazy when we don't do it quarterly. But I mean, the taxes have been pretty good. And one thing about Etsy, it does it for you. Like, I don't know if they charge you once you make like thousands and thousands of dollars, but the amount that I make, I don't pay for it. They have a page that I go and print in Etsy, and I just turn it into my tax lady, and it's everything included now because my physical store is not open. Now, through the marketplace, I have local people that pick up books off my porch. So that won't be in my Etsy. Those I have to keep receipts on. So that's actually recorded on paper. I have a little guest check type thing where it goes through to the next one. But like I had a bag of books I sold here recently. This lady like Cheryl Woods. So she seen me post some books and she was hitting me up through the marketplace. And see, and that's what's hard about YouTubers that I had like 3 people that wanted this particular author, but it was the person on the marketplace that hit me first. So anything that I had doubles, I asked the other 2 people if they wanted, but she actually got first dibs. So she came and picked them up, and then I wrote her out a written receipt. Now those will go in on, I'll attach them to the page, but for the most part, Etsy does the rest of it. I would have to say my biggest complaint about everything is I hate packing. After a live sale, the invoicing part is easy. The packing sucks because I don't do priority. I'm not that type of person that priority is not always the cheaper way to mail. And you just got to do some price comparisons. And it's not always the best price. So I'm not one of those people who runs around and is like, okay, pirate shipping and ground shipping. I'm not going to do all that. Etsy, you get a save anyways, because a person that waits on you at the United States Post Office counter, you're going to pay more money than through Etsy because Etsy gets a discount because they use USPS. So at the bottom of the sales, it actually tells me how much a person saves on their shipping in monetary amounts because I've used Etsy. And I actually compared it because just for shits and giggles, somebody ordered something as a gift to somebody else to gift to her. So what I did was I packaged it. I took the measurements and I weighed it and I uploaded it in Etsy. I got a price for shipping through Etsy on how much that would have cost because you don't have to post it. You can do it as a draft. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to post Etsy till you're ready. So I took it down to the post office. It cost me more money. And I was like, how the heck did that happen? And I told the post office, I said, I have it written down here on paper, the size and the weight, and you're charging me more money. And that's when she came out and told me that's because they use SPS and they actually get a kickback for it. They get a discount. So it is cheaper to ship through Etsy. It is so easy. Oh, thank you, Abe. AB's Kitchen. How are you? Okay, so this is what you do, Patty. I went on to, I don't think my cord's long enough where I'd pull it over here for you. I went on, oh my gosh, Tammy, eBay, and I bought a scales. You want to type scales in. So when the scales come in, I have them plugged in or sitting beside me over here. I don't think the cord's long enough for me to show you. Let me see if I can try to. Hold on a second. The only thing bad about this scales, I didn't think this through either. See if my cord's long enough. Yeah, here it is. This is my scales. This is how you turn it on, turn it off. This is how I weigh everything. Okay. The only bad thing I didn't think about is, Tammy, you got books, you got huge ass boxes. This only handles up to 50 pounds. They have another one that it's beside you. Hey, Tina, that you can read it, which would actually be better. But what I do, this is how I get around it. I pile the books up on top of each other to where I can see the scales because sometimes the boxes are even so big I can't read it. So what I do is I pile the books up and then I put the box on top. That way I can read it. I had to find another way to manipulate my scales. If it's over 50 pounds, then I just have to do some addition. But on shipping media, you can't ship over 70. You can ship up to 70. Anything past that, you have to make a new box. You can't do past 70. So this is my scales. So all you do when you're doing your Etsy is you pick your packaging. Okay. I'm going to share all my business secrets, people. So listen up and take notes if you haven't done a business yet. If you go to the Dollar Tree, you will notice that they have these great big jumbo bubble packs. Okay, hold on a minute. I'm going to show you these. I've never seen bubble bags this big, ever. These are 12.5 by 9 inches. So you get a measurement, or 19 inches, I mean. 12.5 by 19 inches. So that you people get an idea of the size of these bags before I come over here. This is what it looks like. I saw these huge bags, which you cannot find these in Walmart, at least not in my Walmart. Never this big. I saw these in the Dollar Tree. So I started thinking to myself, this is where you got to have common sense. You tell yourself, if the Dollar Tree is selling these for $1 a piece, you know they got to be cheap for them to make a profit. So these are called American, hold on a minute. I'll give you the exact name. I looked at the tag at the Dollar Tree and I wanted to know where they got them. So that's the company that I looked up on Google. And they were called something American Mailers, I think is what they were. I'm not even seeing it on the box. Or there's another place that sell these because they ran out with COVID. I think a bunch of businesses were buying them up. There's another one called ecoswift.com, which is through Amazon to get this particular size. So if they were selling them, I think it was like, you figure they're selling them $1 a piece. So 50 bags in a box would be $50. I found them online. You buy them by the box and you only pay $25. $27, I think, with shipping or something like that. So you're still saving money. So by the Dollar Tree selling them for $1 a bag, then you know you're going to get a good deal. So I went and bought those. I found an Etsy seller that sells 6x9s in bulk and just shop around because I wanted different sizes. And I also found a site, off the top of my head, I don't know, I have to go look at the boxes, 13 by 8 by 13 or something like that. So I bought those in bulk. And I have them upstairs, and that's probably my biggest box that I ship books in. And it approximately holds about 50 pounds worth of books. Now, if somebody orders more than that, I go through boxes I have laying around here and I have to find a box. So that's probably another challenge, I would say, is the packing. That's why I don't like the packing part. Now, a lot of sellers on here, if you've noticed in their live sales, they don't work like I do. They use priority to get out of that headache. But the only thing I don't like about priority is you're paying for air. And I don't believe in paying for air. So when I do my sales, I pack your shit as tight as it can get. And I mean so tight in your box, you better be careful when you cut it open. Because I will sometimes it depends on where it's going and how far it's traveling, whether I put bubble wrap over it or under it or whatever, because I don't want you to pay for that extra stuff. I pack things as flat as possible. And sometimes the priority boxes cost just too much. And I'm not saying on everything because you can pack some of them. If you're having a sale, see, this is the thing though, you don't know how much a person's going to order. I might have a person come in and they might only order $1 worth of napkins. Well, you can't put that in a priority anything. And I can't mail with a stamp. I'm not going to mail you them. I'm not going to bend them in an envelope and put them in a stamp because I sell through Etsy. That's the thing I try to tell people. So because I sell through Etsy, because that's who does my taxes, I'm not going to do the envelope thing with the stamp. I just refuse to do it. But they have 6x9 envelopes. And I noticed another crafter I had ordered off of that does through Etsy. She's the same way as me. She wants to keep everything on her Etsy for tax purposes. So she does the 6x9s with postcards and things like that. The 6x9 is not going to cost you that much. It's the tiniest envelope I can get to fit, the perfect size napkins in. But I still am not going to charge you extra because they fit just in this envelope. Now, when I go to print off the invoice, it's bigger than the bag. So what I do with the invoice is I cut it down. I cut the sides down to make it as small as I can to ship it to you. But I believe in saving money. Now, if you order a bulk amount of stuff and it would possibly fit in a, you know, priority box and save you money, of course I would do it that way, but I've never had a sale like that. And there's people that have ordered a bunch of stuff and they'd be like, well, if this was in a priority box, it would cost this. I said, but dear, this stuff isn't going to fix in a priority. This stuff is huge. You ordered like in a massive amount. It's not going to fit in a priority. I had a couple people order. They probably would have took 3 priorities. That's how much stuff they ordered. And that's not going to save you any money. It's better to put it all in one box. Now, I personally don't like selling books when I'm selling something else, because then you run into another issue. If I'm selling all books, it's so much easier because I could do every order media. Well, then I fell into another problem. I had a customer who ordered this huge atlas. I mean, it was huge and heavy. And she ordered a bunch of other small items. Like there was like paper or not paper clips, clothesline thingies, the little clothesline clippy thingies. She ordered those, and she ordered like bulky stuff. I couldn't separate them. I could have shipped the atlas separate as a media and shipped the rest in a bag, but when I priced both of them separate, it was actually more money than to ship them together. Well, then she came back at me going, what the heck did I pay $20 in shipping for? I said, I can't help it. It's the book and the size and the weight of the book that's going to cost you, but I couldn't separate them because I did. I actually did both of them, and you would have paid more if I would have separated them. So, and you do have that problem where books are mixed in with other stuff. Like, I don't want to sell books in, fabrics and stuff at the same time, because then you run into that problem where you have to separate it or not. And then that's a whole nother area. That's why I hate packing. I hate the packing part. I sit here and I'm like, I don't want to do this. So I would rather have a book sale separate, which makes it kind of hard because, nobody wants to sit and watch you sell books for 7 hours when they like a variety. So that part doesn't make it, it makes it hard. But this is just to give people an idea of what we go through. As sellers, you don't see this stuff as a buyer and all the heartache we go through and the pain in the ass it is to pack stuff. But as a seller, you see this stuff. And then when I go to buy from somebody, I take this with me. Like, I take it into consideration. That's why I don't bitch about the shipping and the separations, because I know what it's like to go through it. I had a customer one time. It was a nightmare. It was out of the country. And I'm talking like, I have a bad back too. And you're taking this into consideration. It is heavy. Like, I really feel for our male people that have to lift like 70-pound boxes and stuff, because this stuff is not light. I repacked her shit like 5 times. And I'm not kidding, because she was just not happy with the shipping out of the country. I have no control over that. So what ended up doing was she just asked me to pick out, because I did it so many times, I just didn't want to do it anymore. I just wanted to cancel her entire order and be like, I'm done with you. Because you get that way as a seller. Like, I don't even want to do this anymore. And so she was like, just pick out what you think I would like the most, and we'll go from there. But 5 times, people, 5 times. I'm talking a huge ass box, not something little, that I had to pack and repack and pack. And I was like ready to lose it. Like, I was literally tired. My back was killing me. I had to remove it because you realize when you're packing it, to get the shipping done, you have to rescale it. So I'm like repacking it, putting it on the scales, and then I had to repack it again and put it on. That is such a pain. If you people only knew what this is like to go through sometimes. So that's why yeah, I don't wanna sell. I don't know how these people do it like 2 times a week and stuff and do it. I can't. I don't have the sanity for it, and my body can't take it. I'll be 55 in January. I can't take it. I got osteoarthritis through my body, and if you guys wanna look at that as a complaint, well, you can look at it, but until you sit and go through it, you don't understand what it's like for us sellers, because it's rough. It's very rough. And my husband walks like 2,000 steps a day, and if this doesn't tell you anything, nothing will. He hated helping me pack for this last sale that I had for 2 days. He goes, "I don't know how you do this shit." And I said, "Try doing it as one person, because I wasn't asking for his help before." He helped me with the last 2 sales, that was it. The rest of it was all me. So, it's a lot of work, and it's not to complain, it's a reality. This is the stuff you go through. So that's probably why a lot of people use priority boxes, because they're lazy. They don't wanna have to go through all this on top of taking your orders. They're about making money. They're not about packing your stuff. They just want their money. They don't care. And this all sales final shit, I don't buy into that at all. I don't care who it is that says it. I don't want to hear it, because when you shop at any real, good, intelligent online web store, there are always returns. And I will never do that to the people that buy from me. If you absolutely get something that's broken, lost, or you can't stand it, you will get reimbursed 100% for it. Because that is not good business to me. If somebody comes up and you know, sometimes you forget. Maybe you ordered the same pack of paper and you didn't realize you had it until you look at your stuff. Shit happens. And if you come to me and you say, I'd rather really cancel this one thing because I found out that I have it, I'm not going to bitch at you for that. I will take it off and I will put it in another sale. That's how simple that is. If somebody sticks you with an order, which has happened to me, I'm not going to sit here and run you down for it or bitch at you about it or whatever. I'll tell you personally, but I'm not going to tell the whole damn internet. And I'm just going to put it in another sale. It's that easy. I talk to my customers myself and then deal with whatever happens and we talk about it. But this bashing in the crafting community, when people stick you with orders or I don't want to hear your shit. I don't care. That's your business. That's your problem. And too many people in the crafting area, they're awful. They are awful bashing people. And I mean, somebody even got hurt. They were in a car accident, for God's sakes. And somebody bitched at this person because they left them with an order. That person could have died. And you're really going to bitch about not getting your money. I'm sorry, but I'm the complaint department too. And I'm going to say it like it is. And I will not shop from people that treat people like that. I refuse to. Because that to me is not a good seller. You just don't do stuff like that. You don't see JC Penney's bitching at us. You don't see them coming and complaining in our chat rooms and telling everybody and gossip. Oh my God, this person took their shit back and exchanged it. So why should we do it? Oh my God. It's awful. It is, Patty. It's awful. I hear shit I don't even want to know about. Seriously. But that's what kills me about this, bullshit restocking fees and bullshit, the sales are final and you can't return. No, that's not a good business. It just isn't. I don't believe in it. I've even had people at our yard sale. Literally. We had like a multifamily yard sale one time, and there was a product that didn't work. And the person brought it back and said, "Listen, I took this home and I put batteries in it and it did," or we gave them their money back. I was raised in a whole different way than some of these other people because I don't believe in selling people junk. And now I'm not saying all sellers are that way because I know there was a woman one time. You can't replace vintage. This person bought a whole bunch of vintage stuff and the package got broken in the mail. They got the envelope. That's all they got. You know how sad that would be to sit through a wonderful sale and pick out a shit ton of vintage stuff that's not replaceable and one of a kind, and all you get is the envelope with your address. I would cry. But the seller reimbursed the person for everything she bought. That to me is a wonderful seller. It might not be our fault that stuff gets broken or lost in the mail, but you know what? You are the bigger person. And if a person didn't get your product, I don't care if it was United States Post Office's problem. That person deserved to be reimbursed. I had something that was supposed to come to me that got stolen right off my porch, and the company reimbursed me for that theft. They didn't have to do that, but they did it. That to me is a company I would rather buy from. My Etsy store is empty. It's like deader than a doornail. The only thing that I put in my Etsy store, Tina, is my sales for right now. It's sad. Tammy's Passions was taken. Somebody stole my name. No, they had it before I got it on Etsy. So this is what I made. I changed the name of it in 2021, and plus 21 is my anniversary, January 21st. So I thought, this is perfect. So that's what I called it. But it's dead right now. I only have I don't even know if I have envelopes in it right now. But I posted everything in my Etsy. Like when people buy off the web, like my books and stuff, I put it all on there. It's just easy because they do the shipping for me and my taxes are done. And that's the only reason why my live sales go in there as special orders and everything is because they do everything for me. I don't have to sit and keep books on everything separate through my Etsy. But my store, my bookstore, the books go through there when people pick them up, unless they're local. And then, like I said, I just attach a written out receipt. And that's how I keep track of my taxes for both. I put them all together. But it isn't hard, Patty. I mean, if you take pictures and you upload through your phone to your Etsy store what you're selling, and then you weigh everything and you do all that, you're good. And then when you come into live streams that allow you promote, which I don't care, you people can promote out your butts. Even if I'm having a sale the same day as you, even if my Wednesday live's the same day, I don't care. You can put your stuff in here anytime you want to. You can go to Minda's Bookstore and More Facebook page. I'll give you my Facebook page and you can post right on my page. Go into my comment section. If you have anything coming up, you all have my permission to do this. Promote, because I do believe in backing small businesses and my people. That's what I call you guys, my people. Now, how come I did this the other day and I can't find it again? I should be able to click right here. Oh my goodness. This is awful. I find this every time when I'm not looking for it, and I keep telling myself, this is where it's at, Tam. Oh, here it is. Okay, and like I said, you're welcome anytime. So if you want to promote your stuff, you're more than welcome. I will tell you right now, I just combined both of my Facebook pages because I had 2 and it was just too much to take care of. I'm standing at 739 followers right now, and it's not to brag, it's just telling you. Whatever you post, that's how many people's gonna see it. And here is my Facebook page. I don't have like a page inside of a page. This is my main page. You can go and this is not a group. This is my page. You can go right in and post whatever you want on my page. And then I don't know if they do this to you guys. I had to go in a couple times with my post on Facebook and I had to set it to everybody to see it. For a little while there, it was being strange and it was hiding all the posts for some reason. But if you click on the 3 little dots and it says edit privacy, you go up to where it says public, where anyone on or off Facebook can see it. Just make sure you check it. So if you're having any giveaways, you're having any sales, you are promoting your Etsy, you can come right into my page and do it. Anybody that's in here in blue can do it from in this stream too. Um, my I suck as a seller. I don't even know how I got into business. Me and my daughter laugh about this because my college degrees were I worked with the mentally ill. I was actually a counselor and a behavior specialist, whatever you want to call it, assistant, where a person with a bachelor's degree would design a plan for a mentally ill person, whether you had bipolars or schizophrenia or whatever. I was the one that worked one on one with them to implement the plans. That's what I did. That's what my college degrees are in. My daughter has a bachelor's in business. I end up being the one in business. God only knows why, but I suck at business. I hate collecting money. I hate bugging people. And I don't know. I understand when you go in, like when you're watching some of these YouTubers and they're promoting themselves, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I feel so weird doing it, if that makes any sense. But if you go in and you join the page, you can do that. So there's that many people there that will see your post because it'll go right through my feed when you do it. This is my family, friends from high school, my Yahoo friends, my Pal Talk friends, and my YouTube friends. Everybody's mixed together. I'm not doing separate pages. I can't. So everybody and anybody with every kind of taste is going to see your stuff. So you can go in, don't spam like 10 times a day, but like if you want to promote yourselves like once a day, even, I don't care. You can go right in and, put it right on my post and it'll go into my feed. And then on YouTube, I don't know, I lost like 20 subscribers last time. I don't have my number listed because I'm not going to get monetized. So I don't want people to think I'm about numbers because I really don't care about all that. I just like making friends and I like using YouTube as a tool. But I had my numbers shown at one time, but anymore I don't really care. But 2,566 subscribers is where I stand at right now on YouTube. So that's how many people, if they come by my stream later and see this. My husband about died when I told him we had 258 views on our sale. He's like, "What?" Because you got to understand, when I came here, I was happy to have 50 people. I just wanted to get my store out there locally. I never thought about being global. And we laugh about it because I said, if I could get 50 people to even listen to my old ass, this is like a joke between us. And I said, just to find me because I can't advertising was so expensive, I couldn't afford it to do like a paper circulation. So that's what started me in YouTube. I wasn't even supposed to have a channel, people. I came here to advertise my bookstore. Ended up doing makeup videos. My makeup video, I'm not even a makeup person. I hate wearing makeup. I met some people who were into makeup on Instagram. And I wanted to do reviews because I was watching all these people fighting over and, constantly saying, "Oh, I get two-faced." So I did reviews. And my highest video on here, I had over 1,000 views and it was on makeup. And I'm not even a makeup person. My husband, when he saw that video, he goes, "You got to be kidding me." He says, "You hate makeup." My whole YouTube life is messed up. Just saying. Oh, come on, YouTube, quit. But like if you go to my first page and you scroll down, my popular uploads were 1,200 and something views on my Danielle Steele book collection because I was showing it on my bookshelf. And I have over 1,000 views on a sleek makeup eyeshadow palette. I didn't realize it because I was buying random makeup through Ulta just to try out different brands. I didn't know that that was a new shadow. Nobody had done a review on it until I did. I hit it first. I about died when I saw 1,000 views on that. I was like, "Oh my God," because I wasn't even at 1,000 subscribers when that happened. Because sometimes it's about content. Like I had a friend that had 300. This is how YouTube works for people who are new. She had 300 subscribers. That was it. Me and her got to know each other, and she did something about her condo she lived in. There was a flood. They had like a bad rain and her condo got flooded. So she's usually a person that walks through stores. Like she'll go through like Marshalls and different things like that, and she shows you stuff that's on sale. So she decided, because she was so upset about her condo, she's like, I'm just going to shoot a video on what we have to do to fix our condo, because she couldn't shop. So just for shits and giggles, she threw something out there that was not really what her channel was. And they showed all the redoing of everything, the recarpeting, the restoring of her condo. And she flew in the thousands with that video. And she about died because you're not prepared. Sometimes things you do trend, you don't even realize will trend. She's like, "Tammy, I about died." She says, "I can't even get like 10 views on a video, and all of a sudden I had thousands." And even though she didn't have that many followers, she just had that one video that just really threw her out there. But that's how it works. You just don't know on YouTube. And then we had another guy, he was buying, and there's other people, like, my personal opinion on YouTube, don't look at the trend. Don't follow what's trending. The thing about YouTube is to be unique. Okay, this is what I see just by studying people. A lot of people will go to what's trending because they're worried about the numbers and all they want's money. They're not thinking about what YouTube is really about. So that's what they do is and the thing is, why do you think it's trending? It's trending because it's unique. It's not because 50 other people's following what's trending. That person made it trend because it's alone. It stands out. And or a famous person, of course, they trend when they come out with new videos and things. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't think as a YouTuber, well, I'm going to jump on I'm going to do this train because this person got it doesn't work that way. You have to be yourself. And when people, when you look at the word YouTube, that's exactly what it means, is you. It's not you following the Kardashians or you doing what somebody famous is doing. It's you doing you. And that's what makes it unique to be on here. Because you follow other people, it's not going to work. And people are getting burnt out and they're getting frustrated because they're not getting anywhere when they're following other people. Hey, Laura. I like Laura's she shed. So, like for instance, I watched this girl, and I will always give you a for instance experience because I think it's very important. There was a girl on here that started out in makeup. She is so sweet. She is one of the cutest people to watch. She's got a little Southern belle accent and stuff, and she's just adorable. And her channel was growing because she was being herself. She came on here all gung-ho, doing herself, and she ended up getting like followers who were a really nice amount of followers. Like she was growing fast. Like she probably put on, I don't know, 1,000 followers a year. So she's up to like 3,000. And then all of a sudden she panics. Okay, this is what I've noticed happens to YouTubers too. As their channel grows, then they get to panic and they're like, oh my God, there's 3,000 people following my channel. Now what do I do? And then she starts this thing, and I've seen this happen. It's almost like they get scared. They start getting cold feet. And then she's like, okay, so to keep them attention, instead of keep doing herself that grew her channel in the first place, she comes out and she says, what do you want me to do? What does everybody want to see? What do you want to do? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to do this, that? I'll do whatever you want me to do. What does that sound like to you? That sounds like YouTube burnout to me. Don't go around asking people what you want they want you to do. You grew your channel by not asking that. You grew your channel by coming on here, doing your lives, doing your videos, and you were doing you. But now that your channel's starting to grow, now you're like, oh my God, what do you want me to do? You can't do that. That's like a big YouTube turn off. It's different when you're in the middle of a live sale and you're asking people, what do you want me to show next? Because, people got different interests. But when you're starting to ask others what your content should be, that's when it becomes an issue. Because you made it so far by yourself. So why would you do that? I ask that question all the time when I see people freak out and do that. I'm like, why are you asking others? You came this far by being original, by being yourself. So keep doing that. That's another piece of advice. Whether you guys want YouTube advice or not, you're getting it. But this is what I learned by sitting back and watching people. This is the things that I take into consideration and the things that run through my mind and stuff like that. And, I just look at it this way, whether people stay interested in my channel or not, that's up to them. It's a choice. But I feel like there's thousands and millions of people on YouTube. And when somebody takes a moment to stay on my channel to talk to me, that means the world to me. You don't even know what that means, because you could be out there on somebody else's channel, but you choose to come and visit me. And that means everything. That means way more than me asking you what you want my content to be or following somebody else's trend, because it shows that you care, that you're here. And I will never take that for granted. And when I go to visit other people's channels, I wish I could get out more to visit more people, but I have to spread myself really thin because it's really hard when your followers are also YouTubers. it's easier for a person when your followers are not YouTubers and they're just content watchers, because that's where you get your time in. When it's other people with other channels, you fall into that, okay, well, this person visits me, I got to go visit them. And then you start spreading yourself very, very thin, because I can't possibly keep up with 2,000 channels. I can't. I go in and I try to visit people when I can, but it's so hard sometimes. And I feel bad because I'll see like the same person pop up like 5 days in a row, and I just can't be on their channel because I'm either doing something on mine, or I'm in the middle of a sale, or I'm modding for somebody else. It's a pain in the butt. So, but I've seen like a lot of the bigger YouTubers, they do have a lot of people that don't have channels. They have people that actually watch, and that's how they get their watch time. It's not because they're other YouTubers. So like to me, I had a friend who promoted her channel. She would go to the post office, or she would be at, like, we have a Christmas in a park coming up. If I promote my channel and pass out my business cards to like local people that don't have YouTube channels, I probably would do better. But I never promote myself enough. I'm always promoting everybody else. And I have done that. I'd be in stores or something, and I don't know. I remember promoting a bunch of channels when I was out shopping, and I was talking to people and telling them, you know, in our antique mall and stuff like that, oh, you got to come and check out us YouTubers. This is what we're looking for. And I'd be promoting everybody else but me. I do that all the time, but I'm okay with it. The only thing is, though, is you got to be careful when you're talking to vintage places, because if they come in and check out the prices of what people are selling stuff at, they'll raise your prices, and that you got to be careful. You don't want to pay higher prices by bragging. Because they're thinking, oh my goodness, if this person's selling these ledgers for like $100, then we're going to have to up our prices. No, you want to get them suckers as cheap as you can. So you got to be careful who you promote yourself to. Most of the antique malls that I have looked at to try to find paper stuff, like books and ledgers and things like that near me, they're more into selling things. Like I found this one place near me. He gets any type of letters or papers in. I gave him my email. He don't care about that stuff. So I can get real good deals on it. His sales are more collectible lunch boxes or furniture. I think it's a man thing, people, because the men don't seem to care about paper. They're selling all the like the furniture, and what else was popular? Baseball card collections, football card, like they're into all that kind of stuff. They're not into us paper. And I'll never forget this one I'm talking about. He asked what I was looking for, because I kept looking through his store, and I told him, I said, I'm looking like for old letters and stuff like that, ledgers, like cabinet cards and things like that. This guy didn't even know what Tiny Tins were. He had no clue. He had an album sitting there. I'm going to tell you about this sale, people, because you guys haven't seen this yet. He had a photo album sitting there with no cover and no back on it. All it has was filled with cabinet cards and had Tiny Tins in it. He had no clue what he had. And I'm sitting there looking, I'm thinking, I didn't know what Tiny Tins were at the time. I thought they were like negatives or something. And I'm like, wow, this looks like it might be worth something. I wasn't sure. So I had contacted someone, and they told me what they were. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I got them for $1 a piece. You don't find them online for $1 a piece. Those suckers never usually sell for less than $7 a piece. So I brought the whole album home with, he gave me a very low price. Then he comes out with this basket, filled with letters from the 1800s, and they were soldiers. And he goes, "How much would you give me for this whole basket?" He says, "'Cause some guy brought this in and I don't sell this kind of stuff." And I'm like, "Gulp." I'm standing there with my husband, like, "You gotta be kidding me. Letters from the 1800s in our military." And I'm like, "Tammy, hold it in. Don't let you take you because you're nervous because you're so excited, but you don't want him to see that." So I'm trying to hold my feelings in and not like go ballistically happy. And I'm like, "I don't know, what would you offer?" And I said, "How would, I don't know, like $1 a letter sound to you?" So he's like, "That sounds fair." $1 a letter for 18. So I turned around and he was just like, "Take," I said, "No, I'm gonna go through and I'm only gonna pick out what I want." So my husband's standing there while I'm picking out my stuff, and he still even gave them to me cheaper. He even knocked some like $5 more off of them. I walked out of there a very happy camper. I was so excited. I was screaming in the car. I was like, "What's wrong with you?" And I go, "Oh my god, I got like the best deal ever." And I haven't showed them yet. I'm still petting them. I was just amazed. So yeah, you can be in the right place at the right time sometimes. I was just wow. All right, Patty, I'm sorry. I got so excited about something and I just had to say it. So sometimes you can come across really good deals like standing at the right place at the right time. My husband's like, "Why didn't you take the whole basket?" I said, "Because I didn't want to be greedy in case somebody else came in." But I got a wonderful, wonderful letter that's amongst that it just tears me up every time I see it because he's in the military and he's writing what's going on outside. Like it's almost poetic. It is the most beautifulest letter ever, and I'm hoarding it. I'm trying to figure out a way to make these digital for people to use them because I know a lot of times people will want the original letters for stuff, but I'm kind of rolling around an idea with a set of letters that I got. It's not going to be the whole pack of them, but I don't know. I want to examine it first because I want to scan them into my computer and play with it a little bit to see if I can pull this off. And if I can, I might turn some of these World War II letters into digitals, but we'll see. But I want to do something special with them. So we'll see what happens. Just something I've been rolling around. I just need the time to do it and stop talking and just do it. And then see if it works out. And then if it does, I'll be like, "Look." But I got a whole set of World War II love letters that is the most amazing story. And I did try to find out more information on this particular people. It was a locker that was bought, and I had bought it off of a locker channel auction. And his name was Bill, and her name was Elsie. And it's just thinking adorable. And it must have been her that passed away, and the locker got sold because I have his letters, all the letters he wrote to her. And I wish I had her side too, because it would be the ultimate collection. It really would. And just how the guys talked. I mean, like in one of his letters, he was like, "I enjoyed the dinner you made. You were just so swell." Like he says swell. Just, I don't know. It's just the way they worded things. And and there's some dates on some, but there's some that isn't. Some of his letters, and they just resonate with me, this whole collection, because my husband draws stick people, and so did he. He drew a stick person, this one letter. It's absolutely hysterical. It's hysterical. And I told my husband, it's just like it's like reading your letters with fancy words. and it's just amazing. Like it's just unreal. His nickname for her, he called her Hump, which is a really cute name. And I just love it. I sit down and I read his letters every once in a while, and I haven't read them all yet, but I'm like, oh my God, this is stinking cute. Something that should live forever. And he signs some of his letters, like he never puts Bill at the end or William. He signs them Love Me. And I love that song by Colin Ray about the grandparents, and it's called Love Me. I love that song. And just him putting Love Me, I just had chills. Like when I first was reading his letters, I was like, oh my God, like this is like a man after any woman's heart, the way he talks to her, the way he types to her. And I tried to look him up. I have an address on one of the book or one of the envelopes, and I can't find any information. But boy, it would be so awesome. And at first, I was wondering, did they get married? Please don't let this be one of those stories that, it's going to leave you hanging. And they did. They actually got married. So I have letters they wrote when they weren't married, and I haven't read the ones where they actually get married. So I'm like so excited to finish reading this collection. But it's like a real love story. I think it should be made into a movie. And I'll tell you another thing I've been doing here lately too is watching Army Wives. I absolutely love that show, and I did not know at the time when it first aired that it was based on a true stories that were written in a book. Didn't know that. And all I know is every time I watch that show, I always have a box of tissues. That show touched so many things to show you what our Army people go through, like our military people, period. What they go through, how the families have to live when they have to wait for their loved ones to come home. And I love that show. I have 7 seasons. It had 7 seasons. I'm rewatching it. It's streaming on Hulu. So anybody out there that has Hulu, Army Wives is on it. I just got done watching Melrose Place. That show was wacky. I watched that back in the 90s, but sometimes I didn't get to see all the seasons. So I went back and rewatched it, and I was like, oh my gosh, that thing was so loony. That soap was awful. It's like everybody had sex with everybody on that show, I think. Like, not for real, but the characters in the show. It was just crazy. All I kept thinking is, you better have protection because you're all going to get STDs. But Army Wives was awesome because it was, even though it was kind of soapish, it was real stuff. Like real things that happen. And I tend to like those shows better. I think the funniest soap opera I ever watched was Passions. Oh, Passions was hysterical, having Tabitha the Witch and stuff in it. That was funny. I wish they would pick up Passions on Netflix or Hulu because, oh my goodness, that soap opera was comical as heck. You've been listening. What do you mean napping? Well, if it's interesting, you wouldn't be napping, silly guy. But I'm glad you're still here. I try to keep my content interesting. I like talking about topics. Sometimes people start topics and we just go with it. Vanessa, I don't know how you became unblue. I had to re-blue you. You know, YouTube giveth and YouTube taketh away. It purged 12 subscribers off of me. It likes taking my moderators away from me. I have to double check everything all the time. Whenever you go to visit other people's channels, always make sure your subscription button is still hit, because it unsubscribed me a couple times. There's one channel I mod for. I was just modding that day. And I went back to comment on his video after his live was over, and I wasn't subscribed. I'm like, you're going to be kidding me. I'm a moderator for this channel. And then Danny, Junk Journals and More, 3 times in 1 week, I had to resubscribe to her channel. I don't know why YouTube does that, but it does. Knocks people off. And people will give you, you know, well, if you haven't visited, it'll take, that's not true. YouTube will remove you off of a channel. You could just be on it. Has nothing to do whether you visited it for a while or not. It's just plain glitchy. I got a lot of pictures cut. So I'm going to have a lot of ephemera to play with in the coming days. I don't know what I'm going to do. Every Wednesday I come on here. I never have a clue what I'm going to do on here. I do know I got to finish my other journal. I got to get busy on that and finally show it off. I've been slacking. I've been busy cutting out junk mail stuff, and I've been on a cutting mode this week. Sometimes I get in a mode where, or mood I should say, where all I want to do is play with my Big Shot, and that's all I do all week. Just depends on what I'm in the mood to play with, I guess. The journal's done once I get some ephemera in it and the signature sewed in. It's finished. The cover's done. Everything's done on it except that part. Then I'll get to come on here, and I don't know if I want to do a video flip through or if I just want to do it in a live. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I can't make up my mind. We could probably make this guy a little stampish since it's a smaller picture. I got to go back and watch Pearl's live sale too, because I didn't get to finish it earlier. She had some cute stuff. That looks cute like that, so we'll leave that as stampish looking. I'm going to start filling my tote up for my next sale too, which will be a while, but I got more stuff I need to sell off. I turned my blazer into my she shed. So my blazer's holding items. It's going into next year's yard sale because I haven't been driving that vehicle lately since I got my new car. But I like having it for hauling purposes. And then my new car, I have the back filled up with stuff that's going into donations. It's books that I didn't get to sell through my live sales or my post. So I'm going to take them and donate them to a thrift store. So I got those to get rid of. Trying to get my garage cleaned out. We went through community yard sale stuff because my daughter put stuff in there too. So we sorted all that stuff out, and I already took one donation set and got rid of it. See, college, I told you that I could craft and chat. You were being bad, saying I couldn't do both. I most certainly can. Need to get it. Plastic bag over here. Sometimes I have my stuff in plastic bags during live sales, and I end up condensing them. If a person orders more, I try to get, size it down as much as possible and end up with a bunch of bags over here. So I use them for other stuff. We got through a lot of pictures tonight. We got all these cut. I just don't want these to get bent up real bad, so I'll put them in this bag. And then I will stick them in my random box of cutouts. This was pretty nifty. Have I worn everybody out? Who's left? I see 3 people. I know college is 1 person. Who else is in here? Don't be sneaky. Put this in here. Piece of my dyed paper. And then these can go into my scrap bag over here. My random pieces that I use for littler projects. That's a page. Could get rid of my garbage over here too. Some plastic pieces of paper. Garbage, garbage everywhere. Put my lid back on my glue. So for everybody that's in here, nobody's saying anything, but I'm going to call it a night because I'm getting tired. And I'm going to take and put these away, and we'll do these another time. There's some chairs. But just so you know, encyclopedias are awesome for getting pictures out of because you get a nice variety. Sometimes they can even inspire you to find a project to work on. But this is the actual covers. This cover is nice too. But see, like some of these were split and cracked. But these can be upcycled into, because they're not glued to the backs where it's got that gap. See where it's split in? This part here can be remade into a scrapbook or a journal. You could take this apart and you just have to rebuild the spine This was these were dropped off to me. Person didn't want them anymore a while back. And I'm finally using them. These were from 1962. Look how many dates it's been renewed. 1929 is when these were first published. And then 1962 is what the copyright of these ones are. These were before I was born. So that means they're antique. No, vintage, antique, whatever. No, they're vintage. We're vintage. Antiques are older. But this is what, like, the copyrights on these are really interesting. This was renewed many times. It was 1931 was skipped. 1921, 1930, 1932, 1936, 1937, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 54, 78, 59, 66. It was skipped. 1931, these were skipped. Yeah. Wait a minute. 33, 34, and 35. It was skipped. Isn't that weird? Wonder why it wasn't renewed for those 4 years. Anyways, I'm going to go. So I will talk to you guys later. Maybe I might do another live soon. I don't know. We'll see. Depends on if I'm in the mood or not, if I have the time. But whatever time zone you're in, I hope you're having a great week. And I'll see you soon. And thank you to everybody who popped in here tonight, even people who lurked. You're more than welcome. Bye.